and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting. Very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future forwards.
Cool.
Yeah, and then
The BMI, because he can go back and that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to sing?
You know what? Every year we seem to always the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm gonna be like, that's a dope song. So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna be using a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single limbs, we've done that before. We've done double limbs, you know.
We've done group stages with no...
We also done no eliminations at the group
Exactly.
stage.
We've done no eliminations.
Good
Yeah.
times.
Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like the cheese?
What's Swiss format?
What is that? What is
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is.
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 beats 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
Every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
that's a great idea. That's a great idea. Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Because is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot
suffered.
draw
We know.
anymore.
So,
So now it's Gideon's turn.
exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy. Whoa, wait a minute. Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
We've had enough.
we've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have
You
to
will do it.
suffer the wrath.
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents?
Why
They
the
should
talents?
be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mara, what do you think about that?
Players,
I think the players, that's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
we've had enough.
They change their minds right now.
just with you giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you out.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you're gonna also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even group stage, you know who you facing on.
Yeah.
You have 3 teams as an enemy. But in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for
What do they think
Yeah, for
the
Swiss
format's
format,
gonna play
yeah.
out?
No, okay, so, we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format. We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steph, Weezy, like, what do you guys think is gonna be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're gonna play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one, you're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like,
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record. So I think it'll be even competition, so you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent. You can pre-prepare for it, and you honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket. But you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is very different.
What is the way you're thinking?
There's 2 games, so that after this you're fighting all the easy teams.
Maybe.
Right? Think about it. The people that lose to I mean,
It's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
now that won't happen. Like imagine if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
No, Mike.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
ようか。 MPL SG is powered by Moontan and Zenway Productions. Our presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Our official partner, Roto. Youth partner, Scape. Our partner in esports, JD Sports. Up your game with JD. Samsung and SGEA. Welcome one and all right here to MPL SG Season 8, the final day of playoffs day 3. My name is Cheryl Yao and I'm so excited to be here at your service as we witness together as we crown our champion of MPL SG Season 8 by the end of today. Now we started off this journey with 8 hopeful teams, the best of the best that Singapore has to offer, duking it out over a period of 9 grueling days to finally calm down to this moment where we have our top 3 teams standing before us. Now, what's lined up in store for you guys is a jam-packed schedule with high-octane game fights and epic gameplays about to happen over at the Land of Dawn. So let's check out today's match schedule. So as you see here on your respective screens, ladies and gentlemen, 2 final matches that will be concluding today. First up, opening up the show, we have the lower bracket finals. We see Evil going up against RSGSG happening in just a few moments time at 10 a.m. and this match is going to be a best of 5. Now the winner in this match itself will proceed forth and duke it out in the final match that will determine the champion going up against our defending champions of NIP Flash, and this is a full best of 7 that will be happening at 4:30 p.m. So yes, all of that blood, sweat, and tears for the past months now to this final crunch spot. So we're so very excited, to finally come down to the situation, and we highly recommend you guys to come on down and join us live at the venue. Even if you haven't already done so, all you guys gotta do is come on down to Skate the Ground Theatre, Level 2. There's tons of activities in store for you guys. Now, you guys can take part in our partner booths such as JD Sports and win up to 500 diamonds. Bring a friend and get yourselves chests worth up to 899 diamonds and more. I guarantee you wouldn't leave here empty-handed just by joining us right here live at the venue itself. So head on down and join us live here at Skate the Ground Theatre Level 2 to check out all of the action. So let's jump straight in to match 1. The lower bracket finals happening right here before you. Presenting to you, Team Evil. The boys are back, standing before you here today on the live stage, and they are back with a vengeance. They are indignant of that 3-0 loss against NIP Flash yesterday, and they are hungry to be back to duke it out with them once more. Will they pull out everything in their arsenal here in this best of 5? Let's see, because they are going up none other against RSGSG. For yesterday's match earlier, we have seen RSGSG duking it out with Rift Esports, going a full best of 5. Up till the end of the day, it was which team who wanted it more, which team who wanted to go further, and RSGSG proved just that. Now this will be their final test to see which of these two teams have what it takes to go up against our defending champions to vie for that throne. Ladies and gentlemen, what we'll be expecting is crazy epic plays over at the Land of Dawn, and all mayhem is about to break loose. Question is, which one of these two teams wants it more? So let's find out from our casters. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. And ladies and gents, we are at the playoffs. This is the final day, and this is MPL Singapore Season 8. Joining me on the desk this time around is Croissant and also Abstract. We will be bringing you all the mayhem that Cheryl Yao promised you guys later on.
Now, of course, when it comes down to the final day, we're pretty much expecting jam-packed scenarios. And of course, when it comes down to all of these teams, or rather, 3 teams, all 5 games and all 7 games, I think that is definitely something that we can expect, especially since we're talking about Evil versus RSG.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is the matchup that has been, I think, throughout history, these two teams have been butting heads. Although, different on the leaderboard.
Yep.
Evil this time actually stepping up, I think being one of the favorites in terms of winning this whole thing. Maybe.
Exactly, right? Speaking of Team Evil, we do have the lineup just in a moment, but I can hear you, man. Team Evil has been really astounding in this particular season. RSG, on the other hand, we doubted them during the regular season. We doubted them during the Day 2 playoffs, but they finally delivered. And now, let's take us through Team Evil's lineup.
Yeah, so in the EXP lane, we have Ken, the jungle with Boyet, Sayla in the mid lane, Powerful in the roam, and Marquis in the gold lane. This team yesterday has looked absolutely stunning, especially in the first game yesterday against NIP Flash. It was so close in actually taking off the first game. And, yesterday I wasn't supposed to be here, but I rushed down after seeing the first game and after being super, super hyped for that matchup.
Yeah, thank you very much, Quad. And by the way, that's your cue to come down to Scape to witness all this live. But Abstract, let's take us through RSG's roster.
Well, of course, RSG, we have Closer on the EXP lane, Yon to the jungle, Roy in the middle lane, Gear onto the roam, and CS onto the gold lane. Ever since Gear came in to the RSG roster after the transfer window, it is very clear that RSG is definitely starting to step it up a little bit more, and I guess regaining their former glory.
Yeah, but is this the RSG that we need? Don't forget, technically speaking, this RSG is like, what, 2-3 weeks old? As compared to Team Evil, which been using this roster solidly since the start of the regular season. They've got a lot of these trainings, a lot of these practice coming in.
Yeah, but RSG, SG, I think ever since Gear has stepped into the role of Roam, have looked so much more cohesive. You talked about it, how they've only been a team for maybe 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah.
But they're really looking good, even though it's only for 2 or 3 weeks. So I think the more they play together, the more we're going to see that cohesiveness that we expect from RSG, SG.
I mean, that's why we used to dub Gear as the child prodigy, right? Now, we're looking at the stats of Team Evil, right? Which one really jumps up to you?
So I think Team Evil, Marquis, has been one of the stars of this team. 732 GPM isn't on the high side, but he's definitely been pushing on those side lanes. 12k damage to towers on average for every game that he's been there, but also powerful, 8.28 average assists per game. He has been the playmaker of this team, right? Whenever he snaps his fingers, his team charges in together. And, honestly speaking, absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, but if you notice how Team Evil likes to play, right? Powerful, Ken, and Sayla. Technically speaking, you expect the mid-tier to be making the rotations, making the shots, right? You see Sayla, Ken, and Powerful, they were so solid as one unit. And what Boyet and after that Marquis has to do, just go kill. But let's take a look at RSG. We talk about Gear, let's take a look at his stats, Abstract.
Well, it does look like Marquis versus CS. It doesn't seem like they fall off too far from one another, which will definitely make it so that the gold lane will be rather equally, it will be an equal matchup. Of course, when it comes down to RSG, SG, we will always want to take a look at Gear as well as Yon nowadays, as well, it is an assassin meta after all. Being the Fanny being one of the top picks for the side of Yon, but unfortunately, when it comes down to the turtle control rate, it does definitely seem as though that Boyet has got a little bit more of the higher turtle control rate at 44.44%, while for Yon it's more of a 31.88%. But I'll always give an honorable mention over to the side of Gear. Ever since he came in, he didn't really manage to clock up much games, but you can, as you can tell, the amount of information that we have on him is already a lot.
Yeah, to be honest with you guys, right? Yesterday when we were watching Team Evil versus NIP Flash, even though it was a 3-0, it did not feel close at all. Tell me about it.
I mean, it was so close. You know, literally, I think the first game it went all the way down to base race almost, right? I mean, we haven't seen much matches like that, and we haven't seen actually NIP Flash being pushed to the brink like that so far in the past 2 seasons. So honestly, phenomenal showing from Team Evil.
Yeah, let's take a look at this head-to-head, shall we? Like anything numbers that you want to highlight there, Abstract?
Well, I suppose that when it comes down to everything that we see here, the main thing that I always want to take a look also is going to be the average control time, because this generally helps us have a very good idea as to what they are eventually trying to do whenever it comes down to team fight as well as their hero compositions altogether. Because it is actually a surprise to me, as I would believe that Evil is more of the one that would want to have a higher average control time with the way that Powerful has constantly been playing when it comes down to the Tigreal, the Minotaur, as well as a Choke. A lot of crowd control as compared to Gear, which actually has been playing a lot more of the Mathilda, which kind of leaves this over to the fact that the EXP laners in general for the side of RSG, which is closer, and perhaps even Yon if he's playing as the Alpha, has been doing a very good job. And let's not forget about Roy as well whenever he plays Vexana or Aurora.
Yeah, that's right. If you notice, right, the amount of control time is a lot higher for the side of RSG, but the KDA-wise is actually leaning towards Team Evil, which means that, you know, with lesser control time, they're still able to find kills elsewhere in the map, like based on these skirmishes.
Yeah, you know, I think when we look at Team Evil as a whole, right, historically speaking as well, they've been really good at playing their team fights. They're really good at grouping together, you know, 8 together strong, right? Powerful goes in and everyone goes in together with him, you know, which could potentially actually explain the higher KDA. But if you look at Boyet, right, Boyet has been such a phenomenal member for Team Evil, and if you look at where he's been playing from MPL PH, and then he went to Cambodia, yeah, and then before coming over here, you know. So this player has been around for a long time, and I think he's been known for his very aggressive play styles, especially on the Assassins. And you know, if we look at MPL Season 8 so far, he is one of the cleanup crew. He is on those Assassins. He is coming in and making sure that Evil has been able to secure those kills.
So what do we call him now? Boyet the janitor? Because he really goes in and clean up everybody. But to be honest, it also means that, you know, Team Evil, it sets up the scene better for Boyet, better for Marquis as compared to, you know, the size of RSG, because RSG, you know, their games even against Rift, it wasn't as clean as what you expected from their performance in Season 7.
Let's not forget that RSGSG is also a full Singaporean team, right?
Oh,
they didn't bring in any imports in here. And so it's relatively fair to say that when it comes down to Evil, they have technically been, you know, stagnant to a certain extent. Bringing in Boyet definitely helps.
All right, let's take a look at our predictions on the desk right here. It's all Team Evil. Evil together, strong. But what I want to see is a full best of 5 series. But you're the one that has a little bit of a hopium. Why is it a 3-1?
So for me, I believe it's a 3-1 because if you look at the games yesterday, right, against Rift, it was not clean. I am not actually convinced that RSG will be able to put up that big of a strong fight against Evil. I mean, the thing is, RSG, like you mentioned, Gear, and I have huge respect for Gear, right? But the thing is that they have not been playing as a team for super long, right? So I believe that, you know, whilst RSG may be able to put on a fight, it's not going to be a 3-0. I think they're not going to stand a chance.
Yeah, let's take a look at what you guys think as well, because who cares about the casters, man? You guys are the real MVP. 55% leaning over to the RSG brand. Team Evil, 45%. Don't worry. We know where the fans of Team Evil are. They're right here in Scape.
Exactly. Evil's fan base is just absolutely scary. Dating all the way back to, what, Season 4, Season 5, Season 3 even.
Yeah.
They have got handmade signs. They have like LEDs and all those kind of jazz.
Drums or something like that yesterday as well, right?
It's a full-on party right here.
Damn! That is
a full-on party right here. But ladies and gents, don't forget, catch all the action live right here at Scape. If you don't know where to find us, just hop onto Instagram or something to find us, and you'll find all the directions that you need as well, because you don't want to miss out, because Scape is really heating up right here, because we're going to go into game number 1 very shortly, ladies and gents. This is technically speaking the lower bracket finals. This is technically speaking the winner of this this team goes over to the grand finals to try and duke it out against NIP Flash. RSG, they've made miracles happen before. Can they make it now?
Well, I think...
Rhetorical question.
I have all the questions for you, but no answers for those questions yet. So the answer is what you have to wait for those answers. You have to witness these answers currently right now because, ladies and gents, you trust RSG. They've made miracles happen before. Trust Youngin, the brains of RSG, to really work on, making sure that they have the best draft ever, but then again, Team Evil.
It's Carrot though, especially since considering the fact that Carrot has been playing with Evil for such a long time, and the very fact that, well, Powerful has been handling these drafts for the longest time ever. They have been going coachless all these times, and I'm pretty sure that Carrot already have picked up the nuances coming in from how Powerful drafts. So coming in together with a collective effort, I think that Evil with Carrot actually taking on the proper coach role, it would be able to help them, kind of look at the draft in a more diverse view.
Definitely, Team Evil never had a coach before, and finally this season is now. They finally have a coach. Like what you mentioned, right? They get to see from a third-party POV, a third-person perspective, and sometimes in between games, that's very important, right? Team Evil never had that. It's mostly Powerful having, or basically all the players having their own perspective, and sometimes they just couldn't adapt on the fly.
And don't forget about the book. They
have the book? Where's the book?
Look, no, they don't need the book because they've got Carrot now.
Oh, Carrot is the book.
He's a book.
I missed the book.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. But by the way, if you guys don't know the inside joke, whenever Team Evil wants to win, the Powerful will bring the book. But this time around, Powerful brought Carrot instead. One part of the ingredients to the salad. But then again, let's go take a look at the bans coming off from the side of these two teams. It is going to be the Juicy and the Khalid getting banned out, which is pretty interesting. Chip and Phobia's getting banned out by RSG.
The Khalid yesterday has been banned out and picked so many times.
100% pick ban rate, right?
I'm pretty sure he has 100% pick ban rate. At least for yesterday itself, teams have been identifying that Khalid has just so much utility, and we don't even see Khalid in the EXP lane. We've seen him in Rome. Right?
In Rome.
Yeah, we've seen him in Rome, which is so interesting. I mean, to me, I like playing Khalid, right? Khalid is able to have so much mobility around the map. He's able to bring so much in team fight, so much tankiness as well, which is actually very similar to the pick that was picked up for Team Evil in Hylos, right? These two champions, these two heroes, Khalid and Hylos, are actually very similar in terms of having the mobility, the tankiness, as well as the disruption that they can bring to the table.
Yep, so Evil instead going for the first pick on the Hylos as well, instead of prioritizing what Marky likes to play, like Harif. But in my opinion, I feel like the Harif is so easily counterable. That's why Team Evil let it go. They gave RSG the Harif and the Gatokacha one combo. By the way, Gatokacha also one of the top bans in this current playoffs. But Team Evil right now going for the Cho, going for the Ling pick.
Yeah, putting a high prioritization on the Ling for Boyet. Boyet on the Ling is just absolutely deadly. And Cho as well. I think Powerful Cho is really good. He's able to maneuver around the map, able to look around for the positionings of RSG, specifically for Yon, right? So they know where he's going to be coming from. And it's going to be really interesting to see whether or not RSG is going to be able to pick up the jungle for Yon this time. If not, I can definitely see a focus ban from the side coming out from RSG.
Oh, there you go.
Evil.
That's an alpha pick. What are the chances of an alpha going to the EXP?
Highly unlikely. But to be fair, it is definitely flexible. You can definitely expect that. But one thing's for sure is that I would say that the alpha going to the EXP might not be that big of a deal, especially since we are looking at the Gatokacha as well as the Harif. They are definitely just going to be looking into the direction whereby they want to play area denial, they want to take control of an area, they want to extend the longevity of the Zaman Force as much as possible.
Yep, that's a Lunox ban just to protect the Harif. As usual, Mathilda being targeted by the side of Gear. Don't forget, Gear can also bring the Gatokacha to the roam if they need to. So Team Evil, I think they're just making sure that, they could just protect everybody.
Yeah, no, I think this lineup from the side of RSG is looking like they want to take those 5v5 team fights, right? You've got Harif, you got the Gatokacha, you get the Alpha. All three of them have huge AoEs. But for the side of Team Evil, it looks like they want to just slow things down with the high loss, right? As well as to pick off individuals. So it's very interesting in terms of the first three picks. on how each team is kind of drafting completely different from each other. You know, Matilda being banned is definitely going to remove some of the tools. For example, Alpha jumping in, Legato Catcher jumping in and moving that row out. So I think it's a great ban for the side of Team Evil, as well as taking out the Yave, more area denial. And I think Team Evil has correctly identified what RSG is trying to go for and is banning out the necessary heroes.
Yeah, you just don't want to face a Yve real world manipulation when you've got the Zaman for Zippy Zappy Zoom. You've also got the Alpha ultimate and also the Gata Kacha ultimate. That's not a really good recipe that Team Evil wants to give over to RSG. However, now RSG is going to come out from this ban phase into first pick. What are they looking for? Aurora.
Yeah, Aurora, you know, one of those heroes which has huge area denial, right? So I think you can really see RSG drafting deep into this for those team fight compositions. So they're likely gonna, they've got their, I think, the EXP laner left. I mean, look, RSG's lineup can be flexed so many places, right? Gato can be played in EXP, Alpha can be played in EXP. Although likely, I think it's going to be in jungle and roam respectively.
There we go. Ooh.
Marquis.
Alice, Angela. That's an Angela Ling right there. That is powerful being a pocket Angela.
That.
Have you seen Powerful play something like this?
No.
This is actually really interesting to me. I struggle to really understand what exactly Evil would be wanting to look forward to, considering the fact that Link will take a very long time to actually go online. That pretty much means that in the early to the mid stages of the game, they are actually going to be really, really weak. Speaking of which, they also picked up a Cho onto their side, so they are trying to go for a little bit more of an isolation play. However, there's not really anyone from the side of Evil that can actually make full use of that isolated play. They can't burst that 1% down that Cho kicked.
Wait, hold on a second, guys. That's an Angela in the mid lane instead of a roam Angela, which is pretty interesting, right? Now Team Evo is going to rely on mostly your the magic damage coming from the Alice and also the physical damage coming out from the Ling. Yeah, I agree with your Abstract. This is a very late game oriented kind of draft, right? So Evo needs to hunker down at the very least, try to buy some time with Powerful to open up the map and also play around the enemy. Whereas RSG, they just want to clash. But looking at this roster coming up from Team Evo, they're looking to outlast the person that is able to outlast the team fight, or whether RSG can burst them down one by one. We're going to go into game number 1, ladies and gents. This is finally the final day of MPL Singapore Season 8. And this is the lower brackets finals that you're looking at right now.
Well, it looks like we have started the game with a little bit of a pause right now. Oh, wait. Yeah, so there's a little bit of a pause right now. I think while they try to figure out the issue, I do want to lock in, or want to talk a little bit more about the team compositions, right?
Yep.
So, you mentioned a bit earlier, you know, RSG looking for those team fights, Evil looking for those pickoffs. I mean, do you reckon Evil's plan is just to kind of hunker down and turtle up a little bit, play safe in the early game?
That is definitely going to be the plan. However, they wouldn't be able to really be able to find value throughout the map. They don't have a way to siege turrets because their marksman is actually going to be the Alice. So you can't siege turrets, number one. Number two, you don't have enough burst damage to really make full use of the Cho. So technically speaking, you can't pick off as well. So number three, when we are looking at a full kind of full-on team fight scenario, when it comes down to crowd control, you don't really have a lot of that, as well as you are looking at a high loss in the EXP lane, roam onto the Cho. The only best thing that you have is the Jikundo plus the Way of Dragon. You don't have an AoE control that actually takes an area away from RSG. So I think that Evil, they have something completely different planned out in mind. They don't intend to go head-to-head against RSG. In fact, probably something very, very unorthodox with that Ling as the main pivot.
Yep, it definitely is, right? Alice there to buy some time at the very least during these massive team fights. High loss as well, right? If RSG is unable to burst down Team Evil in one fell swoop, Evil will definitely win by sheer attrition. So this is like the battle of attrition versus the battle of Mega Burst.
Yeah, Mega Burst, but I mean, look, they've got the Angela to kind of stave off, you know, some of the damage in the early game, right? So honestly speaking, I mean, in the middle of team fights. So honestly speaking, I think Evil does have the tools when it comes into this game. But the question is whether or not they're going to be able to execute it. Because I think in terms of team execution, RSG has the easier lineup to execute.
That is correct. I completely agree. RSG, they just kind of need to go wombo combo unga bunga kind of thing, find an area, drop the Zaman Force, and okay, we got to toss every single one of our ultimates out there. Well, in the meantime, for Evil, definitely very different, but one thing that we cannot definitely ignore is the power of healing coming in from Sayla, Ken, and Marky.
Yep. Now, let's take a look at the line matchup. Hold on a second. Mid lane taking a lot of trouble right here. Powerful.
It doesn't seem like Roy is going to go down anytime soon. Manages to find himself right within the confines of his tier 1s. And Gear, of course, pushing Sayla off.
Yep. Let's go back to that topic about lane priorities, right? Marky is not going to have a good time in the early game. So you either got a weak gold lane, whereas Evo on the other side, on the top lane, EXP, CC should be able to just chip away Ken's damage, but hold on.
Wow.
Oh, Gear does seem like he's going to be popping on the Revitalize. In fact, he's going to be the first one dead, while the passive from the side of Roy has been popped.
Yeah, that's an unofficial double kill right there, right?
That's really, really big, actually. Popping the Pride of Ice super early means that Aurora is going to be very easy to gank, and we're going to see. I'm going to expect Powerful to be hopping back in that middle lane to try to gank the Aurora. As Aurora has almost zero mobility aside from the Flicker. Flicker is not used though.
Yep.
So he's going to have that freedom, that space, I guess, to pop it off a little bit later on. Very surprising, actually, CC being pushed out of her lane.
Yeah, which is surprising, right? CC should have a good time, but I think it's mostly Ken's regeneration powers coming in to help. But now we're hyping up for this first turtle fight already. You see Ken going back to refresh and Power Boyette stepping forward.
Oh, immediately the taunt stun, everything else just going to be tossed over to Boyette. I don't think he will be able to stay alive any longer to deal with this turtle anymore, though, as he quickly gets himself right out of there with a quick little Finch poise. And, of course, Powerful continuing his onslaught onto Roy with Sayla with the final love wave, bring Roy down.
Powerful still pushing on, and this opens up opportunities.
The speed of Alpha connects. Boyette, in the end, is going to be the one that takes down the turtle. While we also got a hard guard. It's just going to be tossed right down to the Boyette. He's going to be running back off, but the main fight is going to be onto Yon as well as Gear. As Powerful and Ken, it focuses all of the skills as well as attention onto Yon, brings him down and leaves Gear alone.
A wonderful start for Team Evil. They're not supposed to be this strong early on.
It doesn't seem like Sayla is going to stay alive for any time longer, as the Synchro Fission as well as Roy coming in brings Sayla down, and even with the Frigid Glacier pops off to the Marquee, but he does have the Blood Ode and he's going to be okay. The Flowing Blood just gets him still in the lane.
Team Evil is drafting this kind of late game draft, but they're somehow finding so much value, picking up 4 kills earlier just now, and also the turtle. By the way, it is RSG that had the turtle priority earlier just now.
Yeah, I think Evil taking that turtle it was really, really big as well. But Marky looks like he's in a little bit of trouble.
It doesn't gonna be okay for now. Wait, what?
Purify.
Okay, Purify. Powerful. Definitely tried something out there, but at least he is gonna be safe and sound.
Yeah, Marky is not gonna press on that one. I love the pressure coming out from Team Evil right here, but however, RSG is not gonna back down without a fight.
Powerful moving around the map so much. He is really...
He's everywhere.
He's dictating the pace of this play, man. I mean, honestly speaking, Evil fighting fights if they shouldn't fight.
Oh, doesn't seem like a Marky is gonna go down anytime soon, though. He's the power of attrition. That's what we're looking out for. As Boyette goes straight into the Tempest of Blaze, and he's gonna be alright getting a kill down to the Yawn. The rest of the members coming from the side of Evil, just hoping that they will be able to hold out for a little while longer. With all 4 of them not gonna be that healthy, they manage to pull out before anyone else goes down.
Abstract, what's the worst kind of evil? An unkillable evil. That's what that is. You can see how many times the RSG tried to jump onto Team Evil. Somehow, somewhere, they survive.
Yeah, look, this Evil is playing this absolutely phenomenally, right? He is just able to, or rather, they're utilizing the map so well. They're utilizing the Cho so much. We were worried that Cho didn't have enough, CC, or rather, the Evil didn't have enough CC to kind of move, to lock down members of RSG. but it's looking completely fine right now.
Yeah, RSG needs to take this turtle and look at Powerful right now.
He's in the heart of the enemies, but it doesn't seem like anyone else is just going to be focusing him down. The Frigid Glacier lands on him, brings him down. Yon gets a kill, but in the meantime, it is definitely going to be the turtle that eventually will be able to go over to the side of RSG. While the rest of the members of RSG, they're just going to be running right in and hoping that Closer will be able to run away playing as a CC. While
Marky.
Evil, they're still within of the confinements of their own jungle, while Marky joined in, gets himself a kill. Closer goes down, but it doesn't seem like Evil will want to continue the fight against RSG.
Man, Sailor is like Boyet's pocket Angela. Just take a look, man. You can see how Link could just jump right in with no can well, and Boyet could just do all the damage right now.
Boyet comes in, gets a kill on the CS, helps Marky out, gives him a 4-0-2 scoreline, while Powerful continues to stay in lane to provide a little bit more pressure.
Is it too much for RSG right now?
I mean, look, RSG is falling apart right now. That was, they're supposed to be really strong in team fights. That was a perfect team fight at the turtle, but the thing is that RSG could not secure any members of Team Evil, and the gold lead is increasing right now, 2.1k gold to the side of Team Evil.
I think at this point in time, we're gonna have to just kind of calm down and take a look exactly what is happening and why do they able to do all this. And speaking of which, Closer finds himself eating 4 Blaze, while we even have the Whale Dragon coming for the side of Powerful, actually kicking up onto Yon. That Powerful is just absolutely phenomenal.
That's right. I don't think Evo is calm right there. They are looking for blood. 2 members on the top side gone.
The Avatar of the Guardian lands right on top of Sailor, brings him down almost immediately. That is going to be a 4 versus 4 fight, or rather, Cho is still not anywhere around, and so is Link. Link focuses up in the top lane, while Ken soaks up so much damage, it's not almost staying alive.
Yeah, Marky is just absorbing so much damage there, and also Regen. However, they will lose 2 members. A little bit of a fighting chance for RSG for now, but they lost topside turret. Taking a look at the items check, it is going to be the Alice with the clock already built. In fact, Starlim side already secured. That means that Marky is going to do a lot more damage than usual, and also that Mage Bam, right? And also, CS just only finished 1 Starlim Scythe.
That is a 2-item Alice at 6 minutes of the game.
4-0-2.
It's absolutely bonkers. We saw Marky yesterday playing the Alice. Although he didn't have a really good lead, he was still be able to make very big impacts. But it looks like it's just going to be a small little trade there. So like I was saying, Alice, Marky on Alice, right? He was able to make a big impact even though he didn't have a good lead yesterday. Now, he has such a huge lead, so he's going to be able to do so much work.
Yep, RSG right here, once again, they lost the second turtle, they got the second turtle, but they need more, and they need to try to do something right now.
Glorious halfway right down onto Yon, and even with the Whale Dragon just going to be kicking out onto Yon, but unfortunately, Yon did manage to come back out from the crowd control in time to get himself the turtle. Boy, unfortunately, did manage to get himself a double kill, make that a triple, might eventually be able to get himself a Maniac, as now Gear is just going to be right in the face of the enemies. Maniac! Indeed. The finish point coming from Boyan. There you go, gonna go for the heartstrings. The CC immunity onto Closer. He pops in, doesn't seem like the Purify is able to get him anything as the Maniac works it all out. Right down over to Boyet.
Man, we haven't seen a Savage in a long time. The last time we saw it was Luxionstein, and Boyet came in with a swing, and they picked up a Savage. And not only just that, you see the amount of AoEs, you see the amount of circles right there. It's Ring of Punishment, and also the ultimate of the Alice. There's no way for RSG to run.
There is no way at all. And the thing is that, we're talking about how RSG had this teamfight capabilities, but it seems like Evil right now has just so much AoE to move around the team fights.
From this game itself, it does definitely seem as though Evil may not necessarily want to look for super big team fights per se, but they really just wanted to isolate one person and kind of win in that spot. As you can see, they're just jumping right in. We talked about the fact that they don't have no damage. No, they have so much damage. As now Closer is going to be the first one to go down. The next one is going to be Roy as Marky jumps over to the back lines. One of the peppers in place, sends Yon up into the air. The next one is onto the chopping block. It's going to be CS as well as Gear. Same thing, 5-man wipeout. This is the second time in a row.
Second time in a row in less than 1 minute. Team Evil has exponentially just crawled and put RSG down to the ground in technically 9 minutes already. There is no defense coming out from RSG.
6.5k gold lead right now on the side of Team Evil. Team Evil absolutely stomping this game right now. And if you look at the score lines across the board for the side of Team Evil, they are fighting together cohesively. They're playing so well together as a team. Communication for them is paramount and is showing in this game. game.
Yep, Evil together strong. Literally, Boyet has already secured like what, a BOD already. He's gonna have so much damage. RSG has to be careful. The problem with RSG right now is they don't really have any form of DPS to deal with Team Evil. They've got massive burst though. The only DPS that RSG have is from Closer, and Closer is not having a good game.
All right, so I want to take a look at the side of the RSG, right? Right now, it looks like there's little to no hope for them to come back, but they do have the Harith, right? Harith needs that 3-item power spike in order for him to be able to maneuver those close kind of gaps within the jungle and to start taking those team fights back. But the thing is, RSG needs to play things a lot slower right now. Right now, they're taking fights which they have no business taking. We saw them get wiped out twice in a row, and it's just... They need to slow down. They need to take a break.
They definitely need to take a break, but is Team Evil letting them to take a break? Because don't forget, there's a comeback potential that RSG can always pull off, and that's really scary. And now, especially when everybody is congregated around the mid lane already, the Holy defense already popped for the top and the bottom side already, and RSG is just throwing themselves, trying to defend as much as possible.
Yeah, Holy defense is going to be popped for the last mid turret as well. Dude, RSG has not been able to even tickle the turret for Evil.
Oh, wow, this is a two-pronged attack coming from the top lane and the bottom lane. What exactly is going on? But the main thing we got to focus on too is Boyet jumping into the bottom side while CS drops down the Zaman Force. Powerful as well as Boyet. They're going to be fine. But the top lane, Marky, he goes down together with Ken. This two-pronged attack from Evil, unfortunately, did not go well at all.
Yeah, Ape together strong, Evil together strong, but when they're not together, not strong. That's what happens, right? Two-pronged attack completely failed, but you can see how much time that Team Evil can potentially buy with just 2 members.
Yeah, and look, I mentioned before CS, right? That was the fight that he was looking for. That was the fight that RSG was looking for. Yon also doing quite a bit of damage, quite a bit of work cleaning up. So that was what RSG needed. Gold lead now reduced to about 6K in comparison to earlier. But I think Evil got a little bit too overconfident there. They overstepped.
Yeah, they definitely did.
They overestimated themselves in that team fight.
I mean, quite abstract. I mean, if you open up the item screen and you see that, hey, you got a 10K gold lead, might as well try something, eh?
It's true. And look, I think even though Evil wasn't able to take down or rather wipe out RSG, they did significant amount of damage to the turrets.
Yeah, if you take a look. In-game equipment, not a lot of good equipment. The only person that could potentially deal the stacks of damage is on the Harith, right? 7.7K, 7.8K net worth, already has a Holy Crystal, but I think they needed more. You can see the Powerful already built up the Radiant Armor and some of the Magic Resist stacks. That damage from CS needs to go in via some Magic Penetration.
Yeah, look, I think he's definitely going to be building the Divine Glaive a little bit later in the game, but that is the 3-item power spike that we were talking about earlier, and that is going to be their signal to start taking a little bit more fights, right? Gear, being a little bit cheeky there. Swaps Powerful out and decides he does not want anything to do with that. Lord is spawning right now, and Evil is poised. They have priority on the map. It's going to be very difficult for RSG to find a way back in.
You see how Evil is actually opening up a map. Marky, Powerful, and Ken, they're just, there's a no-go zone around the Lord Pit right now. Not even just the Lord Pit, even the vicinities of the Lord Pit. RSG cannot even find a way to enter. The only way they can enter is probably from down bottom of the screen, but there's another way pushing through. So Evil has total Lord Pit control. Wonderful play.
I really like what Evil is doing, right? We saw just now Marky actually clearing the top wave of minions, and we see Sailor at the bot wave of minions, because Sailor is able to just join in the team fights with the hard guard later on. So Sailor has free, I guess, he's just able to push whenever he wants, right?
Yeah.
And Marky as well has a very, very large mobility tool that Alice has. So honestly, Evil playing this perfectly.
Yeah, right now it's just RSG waiting for the end. Team Evil has a massive Lord sending down at the very weak turret down bot. We shall see how RSG defend this one.
Yeah, it's gonna break right open. Lord breaks that turret down. We see RSG grouping up a little. Evil trying to find a way into the fight.
The Glorious Pathway dropped down, as well as the Templates of Blaze over to the back lines, once to get a kill down the CS, but unfortunately Boy is just going to be left with a sliver of health. Yon goes into the spell of Alpha, wasn't able to get a touchdown on the link just yet, but the rest of the members on the side of Evil, they're just trying to survive as much as possible. The hot guard keeps Marky alive as the Blood Ode gets him away.
Marky is so unkillable. He's immortal. With the help of Sailor as well, his personal ambulance. He's just absorbing all the HP. He's just healing it up. RSG, they cannot do any damage at all. Just take a look at the damage dealt. 76k from the AoEs, man.
Call an ambulance, but not for me, is what Marky is saying.
No, actually, he needs the ambulance so that he can heal up, you see. He's driving the ambulance right at RSG.
It's true. RSG is getting rolled over by this ambulance called Alice right now. Marky taking over the game, 7-1-8 right now. Perfect, I think, execution coming out from the side of Team Evil.
Cracked mid lane and bottom lane already cracked right now. RSG, technically speaking, don't really have a very good... they do have good wave clear, but what I'm seeing is because now Team Evil needs to try to put an end to this game. They don't really have an actual marksman that's going to make it even a lot harder for them to push. RSG can take advantage of that. They can take advantage of Team Evil, congregating in one spot, and that's where RSG wants them. Congregating in one spot, and oh my god, all the damage from RSG should be able to pour in, but Team Evil, I think right now, are they far ahead for RSG to basically not being able to do so?
Yeah, honestly, at this point in time, I think Evil can just smack RSG around with the wallets, with the wallet size. 7.6k gold is absolutely crazy, you know.
Death by extra large wallet.
Death by extra large wallet, indeed. You know, this gold lead is just increasing and increasing. The Lord is gonna spawn in about 20 seconds, so we do fully expect to see both teams starting to make their way down. Evil already starting to push away the side of RSG. And, you know, we mentioned it a bit earlier, right? I think the only form of engage that RSG has, or rather the only form to start an engage, is with the Avatar of the Guardian coming out from the Gato, or the Spear of Alpha coming out from Alpha. But those aren't really hard engage tools, right?
Exactly. I'll personally say that Yon is probably the only one with the Spear of Alpha that can engage, as the Avatar of Guardian eventually takes a little bit too long for it to eventually land. You'll want to kind of use it as a follow-up ability. So RSG probably have a lot of a problem initiating at that point in time, which is why in the early stages of the game, all we are seeing is Evil initiating, and Evil just winning because of the fact that they touches RSG first. But speaking of which, speaking of touching on RSG first, they indeed will be able to get a touchdown as the Frigid Glaze is just going to be landing right down. The Tempest of Blaze over to the backline, sends 2% up into the air, but Sia is going to be fine and dandy for now, but it still goes down to the hands of Marky. They are all just going to be surviving. What is all of this Synchrovision for if you can't even get a kill down on the Alice at all? As Boyet jumps in, on closer, within of the enemy's base, and Evil manages to send a 3-time wipeout onto RSG. They crawled right into the base and ends the game once and for all.
GG, well played coming out from Team Evil, man. Game number 1. Dominating performance, domination performance. I would say it's almost very hard to watch if you're an RSG fan. Man, the amount of circles that they have in terms of the Ring of Punishment and also the ultimate from the Alice, and you see how Team Evil ended that sequence. That was beautiful macro play.
Yeah, you know, you were talking about how Evil was would struggle to, you know, kind of close game without a AD marksman. But all I was seeing was just the fight and it was gonna finish, you know? I mean, honestly speaking, Evil played that super well, you know, and they also funneled the gold to the right people as well, right? I think, you know, Boya definitely got accelerated because of that early, around the early game. Same thing with Marky. Marky had 4 kills super early. Alice is typically a late game hero. Not in this case, not when you have 4-0 and 2, man. What the heck was that?
Yeah, and to be honest, right, that last sequence, you saw where Angela is going. You know, I was about to interrupt you. I was like, what are the chances of an Angela split push and winning the game by backdooring? Because it was dangerously close. RSG need to send Closer all the way back to top, and when Closer appeared on the map from Team Evil took the time to strike.
Yep, they absolutely know what they want to do, especially since we talked about the fact that Angela is, of course, a split pusher, since you do have global presence.
That's right. Let's take a look at MVP. I don't know who it is, because I really feel like... Yeah, okay, fine. The Mr. Savage, the guy that got the Savage.
Difficult.
Look at that KDA. It's disgusting. It's like a double fingers, you know, like a peace sign, like 11-0-11. Like, what the heck is that? It's like,
the 0 is your base.
No, it's just Singles Day. Next month, it's
Single thing came early.
Yeah, single days came early for him, man. Like he got so much gold to work off. He get all the items that he needs, even dropping the boots because he doesn't need it anymore. Goes for the immortality for good measure as well, and even the rose gold meteor as well because it's the Harrow that they have to deal with. Man, Team Evil just solid control, just snapping RSG off in game number 1.
I mean, it was the buy one get one free deal for the side of Boyet, right? He literally got free kills, he got free items, and keep in mind this is not a long game. It was a 17 minutes game, and this is a full build Ling, right? It's just absolutely bonkers. We saw how scary he is, and I think this is definitely gonna be one of the games to talk about. I think coming into this playoffs, right?
Even Marky didn't need a boots. As you can see,
Look,
pretty much
who needs boots?
Who needs boots? I think that the main crux of this game is that we underplayed the level of healing potential that Alice is able to bring in, and those invisible damage that we see from Blood Ode eventually adds up. That really bites RSG in the butt since they want to play AoE. All 5 of them wants to be together, and there's no one else happier about that than an Alice with a Blood Ode.
Yeah, Youngin definitely has to take a look at game number 1 because just take a look at Evil's draft. It is something that I will call them out if I see them in a ranked game. I'll try and say, bro, try hard, bro.
Yeah, I think Alice is super smart, but the thing is that it also takes a player of Marquis' standard to play something like the Alice, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we don't really see Alice being picked up much for the side of MPL SG, but we only see I think Marquis and Danix playing the Alice, right? So Alice is not a super easy hero to play around. So really props, I think, to the team for identifying it and actually playing to one of Marquis' strengths.
Yeah, and it also enables Evil to do all that, right? Like, not only just the fact that they got one single target lockdown, technically coming out from the Law and Order, from the Hylos, and also the Jeet Kune Do, and also Way of the Dragon from Powerful. You also got enablers like Sailor that's just constantly pouring HP bars back into Marquis, and on top of that, RSG doesn't really have the DPS to deal with. Enough said. It's just the last 2 picks coming out from Team Evil just solidifies this draft, and I definitely feel like it caught RSG off guard. This is the game where you expected a carry, you expected something like a Claw to be able to deal with Team Evil, but man, RSG got blindsided by the draft, man.
I mean, look, I am just looking at the EXP lane, right? I mean, Closer historically has not played CC. And honestly speaking, I was wondering what they were trying to do with the CC going into this matchup.
When it comes down to CC, the main thing that they want to go for is to deal with both Marquis as well as Ken. With the thick amount of HP from Ken and from the side of Alice, I would believe that what Youngin was trying to do is that even though CC kind of breaks the norm as to what the team is technically trying to do, because it's like, CC is single target while the entire team is AoE. I think what Youngin is trying to do is that we just want to conquer the lane. We'll conquer the lane, and then we'll be able to kind of deal with these players one after another.
Yeah, and I feel like the CC there, right, with the percentage HP damage, shred, and also, that's your DPS, right? But Closer wasn't having a really good game up top in the early game, right? Because even though, yes, he's the one that should win, technically speaking, Ken, but Ken brought friends. Ken brought Powerful along to the top side.
I just got it.
To basically help him out, and all of a sudden Closer doesn't really have a lot of priority.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, I think if anything, CC's ultimate is able to also link up 2 people, and will also help to kind of lock these 2 people down to kind of engage or to start the team fight, right? The slow with the link up, it's gonna bring 2 people up close together for follow-up with a follow-up Frigid Glacier or Avatar the Guardian.
Yeah, just take a look at the damage down and the total heals done by RSG and Team Evil, man. It's only, what, 20k-ish difference? But you can start to see the amount of heals a Super Nutty coming out from Team Evil. RSG wasn't able to deal with, unable to even touch any single turrets at all.
One thing that we managed to see from the side of RSG's emblem, and I think that we missed that out, is the fact that Alpha, which is Yon, actually didn't pick up onto Demon Slayer.
He didn't?
Demon Hunter.
Why not? YOLO. Why not?
But as a fighter jungler, you kind of want it, don't you?
Alpha can clear fast, technically speaking, yeah?
The main thing is you want to have the advantage against Lord and Turtles, no?
Nah. I mean, with 2 damage, you don't need that, man.
Yeah,
You
man.
don't need it?
I don't need
No,
it.
no,
I think, yeah.
I agree with you. You know, I think that was definitely a unique take on Alpha, as well as I think you picked up the quantum charge, which is really, really interesting.
I think quantum charge is pretty okay.
You
know.
need the chaseability, right?
Mobility.
Chase person down.
You need mobility.
Right, we have many disagreements on the desk, but we
I
do-
disagree. I disagree. I don't like you.
It seems like, well, that sounds a little bit personal, but when we look at the side of the top 4, it seems like they also can't agree as to who is going to be the MVP.
Yeah,
because
that's
look,
right.
4 different members of Evil, all in the top 4. We have Boyet being the rich guy, 907 gold per minute. Marquis being the carry, 153k damage dealt. Ken being the sandbag, as well as Sailor having the highest number of assists.
I disagree. It should be powerful, 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 and powerful.
I agree.
You should disagree.
I agree.
But I think what we can all agree on, that was total domination on the side of Team Evil in game number 1. RSG bouncing back is going to take them, I would say, a lot. Because right now, RSG felt so fragmented in that game number 1.
Indeed. To be honest, I don't necessarily blame them at all. I will say that when it comes down to draft, it definitely seems as though on the theory side and on paper, RSG definitely looks strong. They have answers to everything that they want to do, and there's so much that is supposed to work out for them.
Yeah, and to be honest, as we take a look at the highlights, I don't really know how Boyet is so flexible enough to do that. I tried doing that myself. I think I tore one of my suits up. But the point is, right, this is a total domination game in game number 1, right? You can see whatever RSG wants to do, they try to engage. Sayla's protecting the backline. Then after that, Marquis jumps to the backline of RSG. And then all of a sudden, your damage dealers have to deal with Marquis. Then your engage need to double backwards, and then Ling can step forward even further. So this 4D chess is just crazy by Team Evil.
Yeah, I really like the way Team Evil play these team fights. If you take a look, right, I think because of the mobility from the Alice, they're able to come from angles which RSG did not expect, right?
Yeah.
So it felt like Evil was like shepherd dogs, right? Kind of herding the sheep together and then just going in for the kill.
You talk about angles. Look at Boyet's angle, man. That's exactly what RSG felt, right? You all of a sudden, you can see that, you know, you're engaging at the peace sign right there, and then all of a sudden Boyet just whoop from the back line, just start sniping people down. Just exactly what Team Evil did.
It's a beautiful game of herding sheep, you know, and Evil really managed to herd the sheep properly and just call them I guess, for a good meal after this, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely. It's a really good breakfast for the side of Team Evil in game number 1. And this is a 2-prong attack that we saw that fell flat on the face.
Well, I wouldn't say it fell flat on the face, right? I mean, they added additional pressure. So if you take a look just now, right, they were able to get the tower low because of that 2-prong attack. Yes, they weren't able to get many kills. They weren't able to finish a game back then, but they were actually able to add additional pressure on the map, right, by bringing the bottom tower low, eventually getting taken down by the Lord, and then the top tower was always being worked on as well as popping, you know, that with the tower shield. Mid lane.
I've been looking at Marquis this entire time to really look at what exactly the Blood Oath does and exactly how big of the damage the Blood Oath actually does. Over time, it really starts to add up.
Yeah.
Over time, it starts to add up. And when we are looking at maybe CC or maybe looking at Harif, they're trying to poke him out. They get him to half HP. He flowing bloods away to somewhere deeper in, and then there's more people, and then his HP is back again. Yep. It's all about like the push and pull concept. The moment when the opponent push you and you pull away, your HP is back, and then you push at them again.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like an endless battle.
I see what you did there. I mean, this you know, that team fight was just super spicy, right? And I'm looking forward to what I think RSG as well as Evil have to bring to the next game. But you know, I think we have something else that's really spicy.
Yeah, something that will be delivering you right to the doorstep. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPL Season 8 action right now and complete the experience with a crispier crunch of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy. I had 4 packs last night with the McDelivery as well. That's not all. Thousands of in-game diamonds are up for grabs for you and your squad. Go on, smash your hunger. Of course, TNC applies. What? Stop touching me!
Four.
Yeah, I brought in 4 boxes. I had 4 points.
Yeah, it's kind of like
no wonder.
yeah, it's a bit.
No wonder.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
explains
He-
it.
Are you guys
he
fat
needs more
shaming-
energy.
Are you guys fat shaming
No,
me
no,
live?
we are saying that you need more energy, so you needed to eat more because when it
makes
comes down
sense,
to
yeah,
eating,
exactly.
it gives energy. And you are a play-by-play caster,
Exactly.
so you need more energy. Color down. Typically, you are a
No,
play-by-play.
well, you're preloading. for when
Exactly.
You're doing,
Exactly. You're storing
exactly.
energy.
Exactly.
All right. What's next, producer? Go next, because we're going to go into the analyst very, very soon. Because someone stacked up with the analysts off the desk. How's your morning going for you, Churros?
As an Evil fan, it's going great. Thank you guys from on the desk. I'm going to do something a little bit special right here. I'm going to be using the Samsung Galaxy S10 tab for this analyst segment. I know my production says like it's a very, very new thing, but you know, technology. And thank you so much, Samsung, for sponsoring this. I'm going to try doing this, and let's jump right in to the entirety of this game and what went wrong. Starting with the draft, I think this is a very, very interesting take, especially for the Angela right here. Actually, the pen is in... Okay, I'm just going to use this one. Sayla is the main difference throughout the entirety of the draft right here. Yesterday, they tried this entire composition with Marquis on the Alice as well as the Ling trying to get on the offside, but the main difference maker was Sayla on the Angela. When I was looking at the draft, I was thinking, hey, I'm not too fond of this Enchanter just because the damage wasn't there, just because in the early game, Angela's not gonna scale very, very hard off the bat. But they made it work, especially in the team fights, and the fact that Marquis had that Alice and Boyette with a lot of mobility entered every single team fight right from the get-go, and using the high mobility to be in every single one of the skirmishes created so much opportunity. This was the main Savage play, and I'm going to be scrolling through the next bit. Yawn, or RSG, basically wants to get their target onto this turtle right here. And the fact of the matter is, this was one of the major downfalls, and what we learned from a lot of these teams is that they don't necessarily want to go for the major objectives. They want to go straight for the kills. And what Evil did well is they maintained Sayla on the offside, trying to push on the waves. They didn't send anyone to control Sayla. And the problem is you have a fairy that can just use the Heart Guard to be on anyone, and you've got options, right? You could go on to Mark, you could go on to Boyette, you could even go on to Ken, which makes it so much more powerful. And no pun intended, of course. And this was where everything just went wrong for RSG. They continued fighting for it. Once Ken laid down the glorious pathway, everything goes ham. Marquis got in position, identified where Yawn is, identified where all the rest of the enemies is, creating a lot of space away from CS just by being omnipresent. Got the top wave pushed down by Sayla, and they don't even care about the turtle. Yes, Yawn, you can take the turtle, no problem. I'm just gonna be hammering you down. And the fact of the matter is, the magic of team fights is coming alive on the first game. All 4 members, and right now Sayla is on one of them, so all 4 members are actually target prioritization, or their target prioritization is so well oriented that they always go for the same target. Closer was supposed to be the next target, but Powerful made that call. Let's turn back, let's get that U-turn, let's take out gear, and let's go for the next main target. And the layering of the turrets created that Savage opportunity, no pun intended again, for Boyette. So I'm just excited to see how things goes down in game number 2. So boys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Punny Boy. Thank you very much, Punny Boy. I did not
Honey
catch
Boy.
most of the puns, actually. It just flew across my head.
Honey boy.
Punny.
Punny boy. Oh, punny boy.
Punny.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
Do I
yeah.
not sound properly today?
No, you just it sounded like you said honey boy, and I'm just thinking, what is your orientation like? I mean, we did have like this interview with those 2 gamers, so he definitely have an issue whenever the name Kyrie appears or when the name Diablo appears.
Why is Escape so hot?
It's cold.
Anyways, I think we got something very important to tell you guys as well. Don't forget, M6 is just around the corner as well. So what you can actually do for the M6 World Championship, there's a pre-order that's live right now for the M6 World Championship T. So don't miss the chance right now. Grab the official M6 Championship T, available in 3 colors. Enjoy a 15% discount when you pre-order this lovely MLBB history at, well, $33 cheap. And this exclusive pre-order closes on the 16th of November 2024. So, and it's also limited to fans residing in Singapore only. Plus, enjoy delivery straight to your doorstep for only just $5. Get it right now. Shop at the link right below, right there. So, you want to get yours? Hurry while stocks last.
Well, the link is super easy, right? It's shop.zenway.sg.
Yeah,
super easy to remember, man.
Yeah.
And if you want to be greater than ever, you should pick up the shirt.
Exactly.
I'll be better than great.
That was like so last year, man.
Sorry, man.
You gotta be greater than ever.
Yeah, so if you don't want to be outdated like Jay's, be sure to pick up that T-shirt so you can be current and present.
Update your swag, update your wrist.
Oh,
tell
speaking of
everybody.
update, I'm so updated, man.
Both of you flexing your phones.
Hey,
high
kiss,
phones.
kiss. Oh, high phone. Okay, I was thinking of like phone kiss or something. Yeah, no. Okay.
Guys, we got game 2.
Yes, game 2. Okay, so going into game 2, right? RSG versus Evo once again. Evo showed us an absolute stomp of a game.
Yep.
I think in game 1. So what do we want to see from RSG? You know, they tried this team fight composition lineup, didn't quite work out. But what do you want to see, boys?
I want to see RSG taking 1 at the very least so that my prediction is correct. I want this to be a tight match. I want this not to be just an Evo stomp. I want to see RSG fighting back. But ladies and gents, going into game number 2, this is the draft right here. RSG first pick, Team Evo second, banning out the Hyrith, the Tigreal, the Chip, and the Fanny. Common suspects for now.
Very common suspects. Actually intrigued that RSG banned out Tigreal because we saw Evo not. I mean, powerful Tigreal is really, really, really good, but we saw a different game plan coming out from the side of Team Evo in the first game, right? So I thought Tigreal would drop slightly in terms of priority, but it's gonna be interesting to see whether RSG is gonna ban out something that was a pain in their side last game.
Yep.
Cho.
I'm just look. There we go.
There we go.
Oh my goodness.
Foresight, baby.
Well, to be fair, it definitely seems as though the lineup in the previous game, there is a lot of pressure that Cho did manage to put in, right? You can definitely say that in the early stages of the game, Cho had so much damage. It's everywhere and everywhere around, which makes it so important for Evo's lineup to actually work.
Man, I'm not looking. This is not looking good for the side of RSG. If you noticed earlier just now when the cameras are focused on them, look, you can feel the aura going down a little bit. And not only just that, RSG banned away Tigreal and Cho, which means that they're already limiting. Not only just they're trying to limit Powerful's hero pool, but at the same time, don't forget Gears an EXP laner first, and his hero pool is also slowly whittled down.
No, but I kind of disagree with that statement though, because I feel like Gear is just super flexible when it comes to the side of his hero pool, right? He's able to play around with stuff like the Arlot, which we actually haven't seen much so far. But Arlot, I think Matilda was banned out earlier, but now is left open. You know, there's a lot of options that Gear is still able to pick up, and Gear has been playing this game for a while, right? So he is going to be able to find picks that hero pools that we may not have even identified yet.
Yep, Phobius is leaked out. Evo might take it. Don't forget, you give Phobius to Ken, he becomes Iron. He becomes a totally different beast.
Wait, were you going to say Iron Man?
Yeah, I almost said Iron Man.
I mean, Iron Ryan.
Yeah, that's why. And then I remember there's an Iron Ryan somewhere. Then I cannot pull that reference. But you get the point, right?
Iron Ken, though. Iron Ken. There we go.
Iron Ken, right? Ken on this. Oh no, they're actually gonna leak it out. They're gonna take the Khalid instead. Give Boyette that link. And I don't know, man. I don't know. What do you guys think? Like, should Evo take that Phobius right here, or should RSG be the one that is like, you know, switching around?
Well, it seems like neither of them are playing a high priority on the Phobius. Phobius still available for side Team Evo because Khalid, as I mentioned yesterday, was being actually played in the roam position, right? So it could really much be the Phobius pick that you were kind of alluding to for Ken. That is still very much open. Phobius wouldn't quite, I think, work out super well with the Link Khalid, but can always be, I think, patched up later on with the last two picks.
Yep. Look at this one. Once, oh, man. Evil showing the cards right off the bat. That's once again, that's a Sailor Angela again.
I think love the Angela.
This is flexible.
They love the Angela.
I have to say, yeah, Angela Ling is such a high priority for the side of
What about
Evil.
Angela Khalid?
No.
Because of Boyet. I'm just gonna completely
because of Boyet.
Just
you know,
ignored me.
Yeah, Angela is, I mean, Ling, we saw Boyet on the Ling, right? The Savage. We saw him just absolutely decimate and maneuver around the map properly. Boyet has been playing this super, super well. We look at it in the past in MPL SG, he's played it 3 times with the 2 games, or today, that's 5 times. That's one of his highest played hero in this season so far. Fovi is being banned out right now.
I mean, I'm just now when we also take a glimpse over the side of RSG's desk, you can see how low Yon has slumped. His alpha wasn't really doing a lot of impact earlier just now. You practically can't see Yon's on the stage right now. Lots of problem that RSG needs to resolve.
But I think the thing is with Yon is that he is on his Hayabusa, right? Hayabusa being a really, really strong pick right now. He didn't get his Fanny, but I think Hayabusa is a very, very good alternative.
Yeah, which is surprising, right? Earlier just now, the Hayabusa was quite open for them to take, but they didn't. They went for something like an alpha instead, which is kind of weird. Now that's an Edith ban away. Pretty interesting. We haven't seen Edith appearing most of the times anymore. Because now it's mostly favoring the Khalid.
I thought that this is actually pretty interesting because the way that RSG is going into with a Trusin and Katakacha, it definitely shows that they want to play AoE, they want to go for something like a Harif, and to add matters to that, they even banned out the Lunox. But it doesn't seem like Evil is particularly scared about the Harif at all.
Yeah, it feels like Evil kind of is baiting RSG to pick up the Harif. Right now, either that or force the ban, the Harif ban for the side of RSG and pick it up themselves, right? I think Marquis is able to also play the Harif extremely well, and it would actually suit the lineup from the side of Team Evil. Right now, you know, this is so much flexibility coming out from Evil. Yeah, and look at that. I mean, force ban on the Alice. So Harif is now actually available for the side of Team Evil should they want to go down that route. Angela Khalid, keep in mind, guys, very, very flexible. Could be roam, could be EXP, could be mid.
I mean, you talk about a Harriet. I like how Youngin's literally dangling the carrot right there. Oh yeah, carrot's on the other side. They're literally dangling the carrot to tell Carrot to pick the Harriet because, I mean, Harriet's a no-brainer. If not, RSG would take it. But if I were Carrot, would you fall for that trap?
No, apparently no, because I mean, he picks up the Natan, and Natan would be able to do so much work with this, actually.
Yo, what? That's a fun fact. The last time Evil met RSG in the playoffs was in MPL Singapore Season 3. That's like 5 seasons ago.
That's when they started, though.
That's like, yeah, that's when Team Evil started. That's
when they first started. Oh boy.
Yeah, that's when Team Evil debuted in MPL Singapore, and that was what 2.5 years ago.
Ooh.
That's a long time ago.
Look, guys, I think sorry, not MPL. I was gonna say Evil as a team has grown so much just this season. Boyet as well as Marquis just coming in and providing so much more, I think, revitalization into this team.
Harif's banned.
Yeah, correct. I missed that out. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I missed that out.
I missed that out too, actually.
Yeah, why do you guys not back me up? Should have told me.
I mean,
just left me hanging right there.
Wait, that's actually really interesting, right?
Okay.
Because that means RSG banned out Lunox with the Harif already banned.
Yeah. Limiting Marquis' pool, I guess. Now we get to see him on the Nathan.
Well, I mean, look, Natan, extremely, extremely good. Now Angela also has one more target to kind of protect, protect the carries, right? Khalid actually going in top side right now in the EXP lane. Grog actually being locked in for the side of Team Evil as Rome.
Yep, sorry, I had my tablet out and that's why I cannot see that one portion of the screen. But anyways, we're going to go into game number 2. RSG right here, this is a front-to-back kind of roster, but Edeberly's gear is back on the Ruby, so something that he should be familiar as an XP laner, but Team Evil, that's a crazy stacked up roster once again. Sets it up perfectly for the Nathan.
I do like the Ruby, though, coming out from the side of RSG, right? Gear going to be able to maneuver the map super, super well with Ruby's inherent mobility, inherent passive. So, honestly speaking, these two teams are going to be quite evenly matched up, I believe. You know, you have the Juzing being able to kind of maneuver people to her, maneuver people away from her, as and when Roy wants. And just so much AoE, right? You've got the Ruby ultimate, you've got the Gato ultimate, you've got Juzing as well. Wow. Early skirmish happening right now.
Just Ken doing Ken things as what a Khalid is able to do, but unfortunately he's going to suffer a defeat to the hands of Yawn instead. The fight continues to go on as Closer joins into the fray. Powerful flickers away, and it does seem like he might be the one that gets away.
Literally Closer chasing Powerful, come closer. Just one dot, couldn't chase it up, but that is definitely RG picking up a good momentum earlier just now in the first 1 minute.
And also, it's really interesting, right? Because I mean, Evil was the one that kind of initiated the invade early into the side of RSG. Invade did fail completely, as we saw Khalid just die right there because he was just not able to get into the orange buff early enough. And actually, RSG coming up on top of that 200 gold lead. Right now, not too much, but actually pretty significant considering there's only 1 minute in the game.
Boyet?
It just seemed like they're just going to be jumping themselves on top of Closer, but the amount of damage from Boyet's Tempest of Blades just not quite enough just yet.
Not yet, still slightly early, but that's the Tempest of Blades burnt. That's also going to be the Retry burnt as well. It should be coming up in just in the nick of time, but hold on a second, that's also powerful.
And taking up all the Ogi Shadow Kill, joins into the lanes, and luckily for him, the creep takes the Shadow Kill hits, and unfortunately, Yon's not going to get a kill.
RNG, man.
I mean, it's really smart, right, from Powerful. Once he saw the Origi Shadow Kill go in, he immediately went to the minion wave to hopefully try to mitigate some of that damage, and he successfully did that. This is twice that Powerful is playing with his life, escaping with a pixel dot of HP.
Yep, right now the turtle is being set up right here by the side of Team Evil, but then again, it's going to be RG stepping closer.
Wow, even for the side of Gear, he focuses everything that he could with a flicker and jumped right onto Sailor to ensure that he takes away the Angela. But one thing that we got to have to remember is the fact that Angela is already at level 4. He does have global presence.
Yep, right now Team Evil is a late game draw once again. Here we go.
And Maboya is going to be standing right on the side, but unfortunately he didn't manage to get the turtle for himself, as it is Yon that takes it instead. The Tempest of Blaze gets himself out, but he actually U-turned right back in, hoping that he will be able to do something with the opponents. But Roy, boy oh boy, that is where he will be able to slam dunk with that lantern. With Sailor and Boyet goes down. That's a 1-for-1 trade deal for RSG.
And that's basically what RSG is looking for, right? This should be the game number 1, at least now showing that and abusing the fact that Team Evil is on the late game kind of draft with that link, with the Nathan that needs a lot more time. RSG abusing the juice in first pick.
Yeah, Juzing doing so much work right now with the Lantern Flare, right? Being able to just pull people at will or push people away. BOD.
CS turned the tide around. Oh, he didn't really quite finish it off. But Powerful with a wild charge gets down on the CS. The rest of the members from Southern RSG comes in to back him up. And even when the Lantern just going to be slamming it down onto Powerful, I don't think that it is quite enough to bring him down.
Yeah, right now, Yon is in the vicinity, though. He's looking for more.
And Ogi Shadow Kill onto Powerful this time. No way, Jose. Is he going to run away? But Boyet now joins back into the fray. He does have the hard gun on himself. The first thing that is in their eyes, the first thing that is on the guillotine is going to be Yon. That is one person down, but it might be a trade. As Maki is down to the pixel amount of HP, he manages to just get away shy of a couple of HP.
Ken coming in for the flank right there is just the icing on the cake. This time around, RSG overextends just a little bit. Team Evil, though, those 3 assists are going to Marky is definitely going to help them in the long run.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that Marky was not able to get a single kill, right? I mean, kills versus assists does actually make a huge difference. And we do actually, or rather, Evil wants to see Marky, with the gold in the early game, right? He needs to be accelerated. So it's just slightly unfortunate, but the fact that they managed to get not killed, in that fight was a huge, I think, yay for the side of Evil.
Yeah, right now we're stepping into the middle part of the game. RSG definitely should have mid-game priority because of how their heroes work. Team Evil, on the other hand, they just need to try to hunker down, but Roy is giving them a lot of trouble on this juicing, man.
Yeah, Roy is playing zone control. We see a little bit of a skirmish, Closer being a little bit deep in, but he is a Gato, so he just kind of shrugs that off, trying to spot out the members of Evil. Yon just taking the turtle away with almost 0 contest.
Yep, Evil right now just cannot fight front to back because with that juicing being right there, Grok needs to land a very good flank. Boyette, and also to a certain extent Ken as well. Take a look at the items. It's already going to be the photo built up for Sayla already.
And the SOD lands as well as the I'm offended. Just trying to get a little bit more onto Sayla. Tosses him backwards and gets the kill down onto the Angela. The rest of the members from the side of RG focuses down onto the tier 1s, but that is going to be Evil, pushing them backwards with CS taking the hit and going down.
Not enough damage coming up from Evil as of yet, but it's starting to show. RSG losing 2 members right there, whereas, you know, Team Evil, on the other hand, man, they don't really have a lot of mid-lane priority by Marky.
Roy, a little bit too far deep in, especially when he's all alone.
Yeah, man, Roy thought he could get Marquis, but Marquis was like, ha, I've got Hard Guard, what do you have? Manages to reverse that. We do see a kill on Boyette. Yon taking that kill from Boyette. Wow, Yon goes in.
It definitely seems a little bit weird, but regardless, that is a 1-for-1 trade between the two junglers. We're starting to see both RSG and Evil for some reason in this game. They're just kind of going at it at each other.
Yeah,
with
they
not
are doing
much,
it now.
Contribution to what they wanted to do. The SOD didn't land, the Avatar of Guardian didn't land. There's so many whiffs in this fight. Both teams, they better get out.
It feels like a brawl game right now. RSG is not happy. So is Team Evil. They are not supposed to be, putting down like that. They should be the one dominating in the game. But now, Team Evil snap back just a little bit. Ken also, quite high on the damage dealt chart. But Roy is outputting most of the damage. CS already built the golden stuff already, man. You can start to see RSG start stepping up in terms of the damage, especially in the next turtle fight.
I mean, honestly speaking, I feel like I'm watching Matrix, right? Like the dodges that are happening for the sidesteps that are happening for the side of Evil, just dodging so many ultimates coming up from RSG earlier. Feels a little bit unfortunate for them, but we do see Evil actually poising to take this fight to RSG as the total spawns up. Only a 1.2k gold lead now for the side of RSG. Evil-wise, from the items, looked as if they had actually the necessary items to take this fight. The items looking pretty evenly spread across both teams right now. Marky, we saw, I think, about to complete his second item. But it's the same story for the side of CS. RSG starting up the turtle right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at this one, right? RSG feels like they've got the tools to deal with Team Evil, but now, Ken.
It does seem like he comes from the sideline. Ken was hoping that he'll be able to do a little bit more, but it doesn't seem like he does have anything to do with for this point in time. The Avatar of the Guardian plus the attachments of Blade just lands over to the backlines, dealing quite a bit of amount of damage, but RSG is not going down just yet. However, Evil is going to be the one that first receives a casualty. Both Powerful as well as Ken finds himself taken down, and RSG will be able to get a great push down onto Evil, with Maki taking the L.
3 members down for the side of Team Evil. RSG, on the other hand, stepping up in terms of the foothold. They take the third turtle in the game already, and Evil is starting to lose ground. Speaking of ground, they already lost mid lane.
First turret going down on mid lane is extremely detrimental, right? Because it just allows RSG so much more movement around the map. RSG can just hide in the jungle for this, in Team Evil's jungle, and take them out as unsuspecting prey. We do see the tier 2 turret actually go down for the gold lane as well. RSG just taking over this game.
Yeah, right now RSG, showing them who is boss, right? Right here, Team Evil is struggling to scale into late. RSG is not allowing them, the wombo combo coming off from Gear and also Roy is just making it work. Just take a look at this this duo.
Yeah, Roy is being so bold right now, just pulling, poking members of Team Evil away with her Lantern Flare. We do see Boyette actually manages to get one turret across the map. They are playing the 4-1 composition, so Boyette is getting a little bit much needed gold in the pockets of Team Evil.
Yep, BOD already secured for the side of Yon already. You can start to see CS shredding these turrets. Items are slowly chipping into Evil.
Oh, Yon versus Boyette kind of situation, and we talked about this before. Whichever that uses their ultimate first would eventually find themselves in an untimely defeat. We even do have the global presence coming in from the Ling, but Yon is the one that finds a kill on the Sailor instead. Closer goes in for the Avatar of the Guardian. Didn't really quite land the Sailor, but this is just a lone Angela running for her dear life.
Oh man, RSG is starting to ramp up in terms of the aggression. Sailor and Boyette. I can see what Sailor and Boyette are trying to do, but Boyette decided to go all the way back in, thinking that they can actually do it right into RSG's trap.
Yeah, Boyette thought he managed to get the kill on Yon before Yon could do anything, but unfortunately, he just doesn't have the damage at this point in time. He is not. He doesn't have his item power spike. Just so much damage coming out from Roy.
Yeah, RSG right here is doing a really good job in terms of controlling market damage.
Ooh, Marquis, the amount of damage as it is. The SOD even lands, but CS can't do anything to Marquis with that 2v1 situation.
Roy's putting a lot of damage right here, and now Ken is around in the area, but then again, RSG does have the manpower advantage.
Ken runs around away, but it does seem like he's going to be A-okay at least for now. The rest of RSG now would want to posture themselves up for this upcoming Lords fight.
Yeah, RSG right here, they do have these minions pushed up against them. I feel like RSG's draft is a lot much better as compared to game number 1. Now, you can send CS to deal with Sailor that's split pushing. Both of these two side lane, one out of the 4-1 composition can deal with side lanes, but I would trust CS more as compared to an Angela, right?
Yeah, CS is definitely going to be able to push the lane a lot harder, but he does not have the guarantee a team fight joining with the SOD, right? I mean, Sayla has the hard guard.
We do have Ken. It's just going to be focusing onto the fight onto gear, but on the split side, Sayla gets a kill on the CS because of the Tempest of Blaze. But now Boyette gets himself running away. Ken gets a kill onto Hayabusa, but it doesn't seem like RSG will be able to take this fight against the Lord.
Man, that was a good fight, good engage coming from RSG, but Team Evo is starting to scale into the later parts of the game. RSG is struggling to find value, and Team Evo takes the Lord.
I really like the target prioritization coming out from Evo, right? They saw CS take a step too far forward, and Evo just pulls the trigger onto CS. CS gets absolutely bursted down without being able to do anything at all, and...
Yeah! Down to the hands of Boyette. We are in the late game now. We are in the end game now. Although we are only like 12 minutes in, but that definitely is some point in time where we can do something. But the Lance of Fire connects down to the Boyette. The Tempest of Blaze gets himself out.
Yeah, and Evo does have the Lord advantage push as well. Evo is starting to find the items. It's starting to show. RSG, it is their turn to react. And how are they going to react against this Lord push?
Yeah, this Lord push is charging down the bottom lane right now. We see a little bit of a skirmish happening.
Marquis has already used his ultimate. It does seem like he might have a little bit of an issue if he ever wants to get himself running away. SOD didn't quite land, but it does seem like Evo really wants to get themselves a great push down in every single one of these outer turrets.
Yeah, in terms of, game goal lead right now, it's all neck and neck, right? Team Evo definitely with these scaling heroes, they're already scaled. And now it's RSG. Look at how they're playing. There's a lot of adaptation coming in.
The Flare connects down onto Powerful. He gets himself while charging away. Tempest of Blaze lands down onto Roy, finally bringing down one of the biggest menace from the side of RSG, while Yon continues down onto the Ballista into the top lane to try to make sure they will be able to clear out as fast as possible.
RSG was in the driver's seat in the early to the mid parts of the game. They shouldn't have been able to find a snowball, but yet they cannot. They also have the tools to deal with Evo's draft, right? CS to deal with the split push Sailor. They also got gear to basically combo together with Roy. You drag one person like Ken or perhaps Powerful, you should be able to just pop off the procs from the Juicin.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're just not able to execute it properly, right? I mean, the thing is, on paper, RSG actually has the easier lineup to kind of execute. Juicing actually doing so much work, but when Juicing just goes down, there's not much that you can do from there.
Oh, it does seem like the conceal play is just going to be worked right out. Marquis hoping that he will be able to do something, pops the Purify, and he didn't actually receive any form of damage. So just from that team fight alone, it does seem like Evil actually popped quite a bit of the battle spells.
Yeah, Purify being popped off for Marquis. Powerful actually accidentally flickered right there. Gear flickered as well, right into a Lord fight that's coming up in another less than 30 seconds. These are critical battle spells that both these two teams burnt by accident.
Well, I think they're going to be completely fine as long as the positioning is good. They just don't have that extra layer of security to take those team fights in precarious positions. So we do expect Evil to kind of take this team fight a bit slower. They have already set up a parameter around Lord right now. It's Lord spawning in about 4 seconds. CS...
Does seem like he went in for the Tempest of Blaze, not quite enough to get a kill down the CS just yet, as Gear make sure that he's going to be safe and sound. But because of the finish points, he can actually join into the battles from the other side. He closes it up onto Closer. And now for Yon, goes for the Ogi Shadow Kill. The rest of the members from inside the RSG will want to slam themselves onto Evil. The Avatar of God actually lands on the boy yet, but Closer is so deep in. Will he be able to survive? It doesn't seem like he will be able to. Ken goes in for the Raging Sandstorm, sacrifices himself. Oh, maybe not going yet. He managed to get himself the Winter Crown, but he bought just a tad bit enough time for himself.
Man, RSG force Evil to burn all these massive spells, sees an opening, and they get it. Now, this time around, RSG focuses on the Lord down, but Marky is starting to take out a lot of damage.
Oh, Marky, you really gotta have to get yourself away, but this is gonna be a 1v1 battle between the two marksmen. But now the Tempest of Blade lands on the CS, brings him down, and now Boyette, he wants to continue as he's the only one alive from the side of Evil.
Right now, do RSG go back and focus on the Lord, or do they go back to defend? Because Team Evil, I don't think they want to go for that 50-50. They should be looking for, pushes instead. And this is the power of Ling in the later parts of the game. He can split push very easily and join the team fight at any time at all.
Yeah, Boyette just got the BOD as well. This is the late game, boys. 16 minutes in. As we take a look at the replay of their earlier fight, right? So they managed to get Roy down early, but Evil just not having enough HP. Barcias with a very, very nice stun into the wall, but Boyette just cleaning up right now. So unfortunately, just, our Evil being able to take that fight actually prevents RSG from taking the Lord, which is actually perfect in terms of slowing the game down.
Correct, definitely right. Team Evil does have the late game. They are supposed to be the kings of the later parts of the game. Anytime they're slowing down this game, RSG is the one that's in trouble. I agree with you right there. And also RSG, identifying all this small little window of opportunity. Team Evil is a kind of roster that wants to burst everything down.
Speaking of burst, they really wanted to get this Powerful down, as he's definitely one of the more annoying frontliners. Ken, as well as Powerful, postures himself up for this upcoming Lord's fight, while RSG draws a line to ensure that Evil will not be able to get anywhere closer. While Boyette looks for an opening, jumps right in, wants to get the Lord. He manages to steal the Lord right under the nose of RSG. The rest of the members from the side of RSG are enraged and want to put all of their anger onto someone, and the someone is gonna be Ken, as he's gonna be trickling down in HP. Roy takes him down, and Boyette comes over to the back lines. It does seem like he wants to go for something, probably the backdoor push in the top lane, as an inhibitor turret is now gonna be under siege. Boyette and Closer goes for a head-to-head battle. Closer understands that he can't possibly take this fight against Boyette, but he was close enough. It was pretty close.
It was pretty close, but I mean, yes, Evil was able to steal away the Lord, but at what cost? This Lord is definitely going to be wasted. In fact, it is Team Evil that wasted RSG's Lord.
Yeah, no, that's perfect, right? I mean, that's what Evil wants, right? Evil wants to take the Lord. He wants to slow down the game. We see the items being built right now coming in for the Natan as well as the Ling. Look at it. It's a full item built Natan. Yeah. He's going to be doing so much work. Same thing for the Ling. Ling's at 5 items. He's probably going to be selling the boots really soon, like we saw earlier. Probably going to pick up the Rose Gold Meteor. But just absolutely great for the side of Evil.
Yeah, Team Evil, on the other hand, the roster works in a way is that I have a lot of burst. If I cannot kill you within 3 or 5 seconds, Evil will fall off, and RSG will be able to out-damage them through sheer attrition, right? CS and also Gear with Roy as well. These are heroes that rely on this small little DPS bit by bit. But if Evil unable to burst them, now RSG will definitely take it by the storm.
So what you're saying is that it's a battle of burst versus DPS. Constant sustained DPS. Yes, this is literally a battle as a whole this time, which team is going to be able to execute perfectly. In fact, actually just now in the fight that we saw Evil take to RSG, Powerful didn't have his wild charge. So correct. Honestly speaking, Evil has the easier time, right?
RSG right now is adapting to Evil. RSG just needs to blow massive ultimates, right? You blow up Powerful's wild charge, there you go. That's their cue to enter. Whereas Evil, on the other hand, starting around the mid-game part, that's when they start to shine, is when they figure out how to play around RSG. I cannot handshake front to back. I have to go for these flanks.
Yeah, honestly speaking, Marquis, this game this game feels a little bit like a Vanguard game, right? In terms of protect the president.
Not about that again.
It feels like that, man.
Churros must be smiling right now.
Like a game of protect the president. I mean, look at this, right? Evo just drawing a line around Marquis, ensuring that he has the space necessary to just churn out the damage.
Yeah.
So honestly speaking, 15 seconds, we're gonna see a Lord fight, definitely.
Look at how RG is pathing. They are shoving away. Hold on.
Oh, Ken.
Oh, Khalid, you might be in a really bad spot, but hey, the quicksand gonna get him in a pretty okay situation.
Wild charge!
Powerful! With a two-man wild charge, the Avatar of the Guardian is just gonna be splitting up the battle into two, but that is more than enough of a retreat move from the side of RSG.
Well played by both of these two teams, right? RSG trying to pick off Ken right there, but Ken cannot be picked off, so it's okay with back off. That's one massive ultimate and also flicker being burned just by RSG. And then you saw how, how they try to isolate Powerful using closest ultimate. Wonderfully played, but now they're gonna both go into this.
Oh. The Tempest of Blade gets himself out. The massive amount of shield that he's getting from the hard guard should be able to get him to be safe and sound for now. But how long can he stay around? He's gonna have to wait for the perfect opportunity for him to eventually be able to steal the Lord. So now with the rest of the members from RSG, they're holding down to the Lord. They're waiting for the time while Boyet stays over to the back line, the background, waiting for the right time. But RSG, they're not really hitting the Lord at all. 5.4, and Boyet steals it off from the side. Roy goes down over from Evil Jungle, and Evil have yet to lose a single casualty as Boyet runs right into the face of Gear. It is Ruby going up against the lane. Wow, it doesn't seem like things are going to work out so well. Yawn all alone inside of their own bubble buff. The only shadow kill executed, hoping that he will be able to get him to buy a little bit more time. Evil takes this game by the storm. This final fight is all they needed to really get one full push, full in, and that is how Evil clinches themselves. Game number 2 right into their pockets.
Man, Team Evil right now, remember the biggest problem earlier just now is that they were impatient in burning off all these skills one by one. They figured it out halfway through and they took advantage of that one. And then they pulled back, let RSG do most of this stuff, because don't forget, the longer the team fight go, RSG can win. So RSG are technically better at holding down the Lord. And what Boyet did, snipes away the Lord right there. Once again, this is 2 Lord steals in this game number 2.
I'm speechless, man. Those rescue timings from Boyet is absolutely disgusting. And not only that, the time, the patience that Boyet had, right? He was just chilling in the back. He was, he was drinking some kopi, just sitting in the chair. And then, and then when the time came, right, the trigger was pulled. He went all the way in. He not only stole the Lord, but he also bursted down the right targets at the right time. Evil's target prioritization these past 2 games, phenomenal.
Yeah, it has been. And that's basically all about, the teamwork that Team Evil has, whereas RSG right here, they had a dominating early to mid game, unable to snowball. But then when you think RSG had it, right, because Team Evil was starting to make a lot of mistakes, right? They're unable to burst the key members down. They blow out very critical ultimates, very critical battle spells too early, and RSG identified that. But then Team Evil adapted again. A very scary Team Evil is one that you cannot kill, one that can adapt on the spot.
One thing that I gotta have to say is that I gotta have to give my props over to Boyet once again, right? When it comes down to the final Lord's fight, the HP of the Lord was trickling down really slowly, as RSG really had a lot of discipline. They know that they should have been touching it. They want to fish Boyet out. But Boyet made a gamble, went in from the S2 from Finch Poise, and ended the Lord.
Yep. Let's take a look at MVP as well.
Boyet.
I think you have to give it to Boyet once again. Mr. Savage in game number 1, and now the Lord Stealer in game number 2. Man, we're running out of nicknames right here in MPL Singapore just to give him. He has been making these crazy plays. He's gung-ho. He makes gambles, and it always go in his favor.
RSG just need to ban out this guy's Ling, man. His Ling is absolutely disgusting. We've seen it time and time and time again. Boyet on these assassins is just gross, right? And it shows in these past 2 games where he's just able to just casually take the Lord, casually get a Savage. He's just casually just decimating RSG right now. And, I don't know how much more I can take it before I actually feel a little bit sick.
But if you are RSG right now, that must be a kicker in between the legs because, man, that just does not feel good at all. You got a solid control in the mid game, and you would have thought that, that you got a solid control around the Lord Pit as well. But then again, Team Evil comes in, swoops that win away from you for the second time. Just taking a look at this item build, we're already in the later parts of the game. We're already going into, like, the late game where the items really matter, especially what you buy around the latest part. Which one, what are you afraid of, right? Because right now, if I'm looking at RSG, no Athena Shield because Team Evil are mostly burst.
Yeah, no Athena Shield. I mean, look.
Oh, one. On the Ruby.
Yeah, but I mean, is that necessarily a priority item considering that on the side of Evil, yes, this burst damage, but Athena Shield is mainly built for magic damage, right? And the thing is that most of the damage is coming out from the Ling. So how do you even prevent them?
Honestly, before we answer the question, one thing that I realized, and of course I find it to be a very interesting thing, is that usually when it comes down to looking at Juicin, they are usually going for the Clock of Destiny, the Glowing One, and then they kind of go for tankiness with the Antiquiras and even the Brute Force Breastplate. But that is something very different from Roy, right? I can understand the Blood Wings, but to go for the Lantern is definitely something that I did not quite expect.
Yeah, they needed the Lantern to deal with Ken and also Powerful, right? Just to zone them
Signature
away.
weapon, right?
It
Lantern
is.
for the Lantern.
Yeah.
You have a Lantern, buy a
He's
Lantern.
playing the law. He's like, you know what? I feel like I need the Lantern to make Juicin complete, right?
Yeah, I need a Lantern so that my Lantern hits.
Yeah, exactly. I'm good. Okay, to be fair to Roy, right, his lanterns were on point.
Yes.
Right? He
I
was
agree.
just zoning away. Literally, if you looked at how Roy plays Juicing, right, his lantern flare would go from left to right. He was like, don't come near me. Stay away. Stay away. You know, and as soon as someone comes into range, he like locks in on that person. But now it's just like sweep left, sweep right, sweep left, sweep right.
It's gonna look like a signal or something like that. Scouting tool, just kind of like
He's hoping, right, that Evil is a fly on the windscreen, so he can just kind of
wipe
Unfortunately, he's not a fly. He's a freaking elephant that's got smashes right through the car.
Yeah, and it's right? Roy's doing exactly what you need. You need to use that tool to zone away Powerful, to zone away Ken, and basically chip down the damage with the help of the Glowing One and also the Wishing Lantern, right? And that's a given. But now, looking at Team Evil's lineup, right? I agree. Some people would say you need to be afraid of Marquis because Marquis' burst damage there. Some will also argue with you, say you have to look out for Link. So basically, Team Evil has a very balanced damage source, and they really hurt. So it's making RSG really hard to really identify what kind of items to build.
Yeah, they have diversified their lineup really, really well, and I think for the side of RSG, I really strongly believe that it's time to ban out Boyet's Ling. I mean, you need to pay respect to it. The fact that you disrespected it the first time after he had, was the main cause of 2 different wipeouts. And right now, he's just taking 2 lords from you. Just get away the utility from Ling, from Boyet, right? Put him on something like the Hayabusa if you need to, or just ban away the Fanny, ban away the Haya, ban away the Ling. Just get rid of those 3 main assassins, which are so prevalent in the meta right now, and Boyet looks so comfortable on.
Yeah, right now, I think that's game number 3 that RSG has to look out for. But looking at the emblems, check. Yeah, of course, wilderness and agility for Sailor, he has to be in everywhere at any time. Roy went for tenacity instead, so that, you can just tank out more damage, just a little bit more. But double concussive blast on both the roamers and also the EXP laner so that they could help and wave clear faster. And you can see, CS, the Master Assassin in the early game, you're expecting more from CS to be able to deal with Nathan, especially in the early parts of the game. What Marquis did was right, just hunker down, and my time to shine is late game.
Yeah, look, I think Evil played this game. Well, there was a little bit of a hiccup at the start, right? You see 3 turtles go over to the side of RSG, but Evil played it really well. They knew their strengths, they knew when their time was to shine, and they played to their strengths, right? They hunkered down early, like you mentioned. And I think that's a huge shout out for the side of Boyet, because Boyet also managed to stop the Lord once, steal the Lord twice, so slowed down the game enough for Evil to actually take the victory in the end.
You can take a look here. This is very interesting, right? The damage dealt from both these 2 teams. in fact, it's RSG that does more damage because of the AoEs and also the DPS. But Team Evil is very effective in this because they're mostly burst, so that's why you see a lower damage dealt, even though both these kill score almost on par. And apart from that, I think more or less the stats are almost equal, right? Because Team Evil was the one that managed to find a small little window of opportunity, stab him in the back, and then after that end the game from there. RSG, on the other hand, they are basically your standard fighters, right? They're your standard person that just want to hack and slash, want to fight front to back, and Team Evil is that small little rogue. It's a glass cannon of a roster, finds that weak point, stabs him, and then proceeds on to end the game.
They find the kink in the armor, right? And they put the knife right there. And I have to say though, even though, yes, Evil is this burst-heavy composition, right? A lot of the fights in the late game, actually Powerful had used the wild charge to escape instead of engage, so it goes... I want to raise the question whether, if Powerful had his wild charge, would the game have ended faster?
Would it have ended faster? Probably.
Yeah, probably. I mean,
would say probably.
RSG was baiting out massive utilities.
Yeah, okay, so now when we were on the topic about bursty composition from the side of Evil, one thing that we gotta have to remember as well is the very fact that Sailor is playing as position 4, and the fact that he is on an Angela is not those recreational mages that
recreational
mages.
Mid laners are recreational to you?
Yeah.
The standard
are weird.
Recreational.
I'm role shaming you right here.
Hey,
EXP laners are weird.
Hey, I will say whatever that I want.
Okay.
About mages. Only mages.
Okay, now tell me. So what's the point? The point is that Sailor is not your normal mid laners, right? And that's why in terms of like the goal, which one do you floor, right? What kind of position is that what you're trying to get to?
Main thing is that they don't have a mage that can really burst people down. And that is where the mid game, they would generally start to suffer a little bit.
They did.
I can technically understand that when it comes down to the in the early stages of the game, you do have a Khalid that can actually do a lot of damage right on the start. We saw how Ken immediately invaded the jungle, albeit it didn't go too well for him, but still, it definitely worked things out pretty effectively for Evil at the end point of the game where, Maki finally comes online.
Definitely. Let's take a look at the top 4 right here, ladies and gents. It's, of course, a little bit more variety that we're seeing at the very least. You got Rich Guy from Boyette. You also got mostly the damage being done by Juicin. Of course, it's Juicin that just holds a lantern out and just slowly burns everybody down. Powerful taking most of the damage as a grab, which is kind of surprising to me. Then after that, you also got Best Wingman onto gear.
Yeah, sorry. So honestly, I think this top 4 was very expected. Was very expected to see, But I want to talk about next game, right? In the future game, what does RSG need to do to win?
I think they've tried a lot of different strats already, right? Okay, first game they tried the bursty strat. They tried to win in the early to mid game, but then they kind of lost because they allow a late game draft to really go beyond into the late game earlier than they're supposed to. And then here, it feels like they had a good snowball in the mid game, but they're unable to end the game on time, allowing the late game comp to scale.
Yeah, well, looking back at this game, you mentioned earlier they tried to finish off the game early. Just that Boyette is just too good with this Ling, right? He was able to kind of cordon off the Lord's trying to just retry away the Lord as well. RSG here, we see him taking the early fights really, really well. They're playing it almost through the T at this point in time. Evil not having enough damage to push on forward, but. The thing is, it's unfortunate that that RSG was not able to close the game any earlier.
Yeah, like if you take a look, it is Evil that's taking a lot of losses right there, especially when, they don't really have an actual mid laner, a recreational mid laner, quote unquote.
Hey, look, mages are fun, alright? You can use anyone and it's fun.
Yeah, it's not your conventional mage. That's why Sayla and also Team Evil really struggled in pouring the damage onto RSG. But RSG, on the other hand, they had Roy, right? They had the Juicin. And this is not your conventional build where I built two tanky items. You gotta have to give props, right? Roy knows how to position this Juicin so well and also output the damage. That's why he's like, what, 191k damage earlier just now? And right, this is like closer to the later part of the game where you start to see Team Evil just burning out utilities a little bit too willy-nilly.
Yeah, they're a little bit too loose, I think, with their ultimates. But here, I think it's still completely fine, right? They just lost, I think, the first second Lord at this point in time. But they still had a chance to come back. But this was really the nail in the coffin, right? Where Boyet, you see him just chilling at the side, trying to get as much HP as possible, manages to steal away the Lord, and immediately goes for the low HP members of RSG, right? Killing off Gear, killing off, I think, Roy earlier in the fight as well. So honestly speaking, Evil playing this so well, playing to Boyet, one of the strengths and one of the core members of this team.
Yeah, I just want to really put that in terms of the highlights. You get to see different portions of the game, right? And I think you really need to take a step back and take a look. And what better way to do so is by our analyst, which is over to Silo Churros, which will be happening very, very soon. But before we go over to him, game number 3, what are your thoughts?
Link needs to be banned, for
100%.
sure. Croissant
100%.
said it right? The Link, if you don't have an answer to it, might as well just get him out.
All right, with that said, we want to hear what Churros have to say for game number 2 before we head over to game number 3. Churros, what do you have for us?
I have a lot of different clips. Actually, the entire series, I had like 30 clips. If you check the computer later, it's crazy. So many fights, so many brawls, so many skirmishes all throughout. And I really wanted to analyze that last one because it was a very, very long, drawn-out team fight. Lasted probably around like 2 to 3 minutes. We'll start off first with the draft. And I think RSG, throughout the entirety of this series, they played extremely well, and I feel like it has to be attributed to the way Roy was basically playing around. The Roy's Juicin was constantly being like that brick wall, using the lantern sort of like a pepper spray and keeping Powerful at bay, keeping Ken at bay. And there was nothing much that they could do but just succumb to that pullback. And there's actually 2 people that could pull the members of Evil back. It was Gear as well as Roy, and it was really interesting how this was done in this entirety of this series. So let's just play this clip onto how Ken was actually trapped into this team fight. So Gear pulled Ken back, and Powerful immediately registers that wild charge, and look at where Roy is. Knowing that Roy was dealing a ton of damage, especially with the glowing wand, which deals HP percentage damage, he wasn't able to get his teammates to follow up. And I have to say, Closer did a really good job in trying to create that line and create that distance from the rest of the team, rest of the enemies, creating that line with the Avatar of the Guardian. So this was a very, very good disengage play coming in from RSG. So Powerful disengages. Ken still has his heals. We'll fast forward to the Turtle Pit where Gear was already in position and trying to scout out, okay, where is Boyet at the in the majority of the time. Boyet doesn't want to show himself just as of yet because that's Ken's job. Ken was doing a very, very decent job trying to understand and give the positioning of wherever RSG is going towards. And this was where everything went down. Just a little bit more. Boyet steps a little bit too close. Closer knows where Boyet is. And I think the downfall, the major, major downfall of how RSG likes to play around is the off lanes. Angelo's pushing in. They have to send one member back. And I think if RSG in game number 3 is able to fix how they're able to split push and how they're able to manage and control the waves, especially the side waves throughout the Lord fights, that will be much, much better. Now that since CS is not even in position, Gear pulls Boyet back. Yon deals a lot of damage, but Boyet still has Tempest of Blade, so he pops himself out. So we'll fast forward this fight where the Spirit of Destruction just barely misses Boyet by a hair, and we'll see this entirety of that team fight where Closer took a lot of damage, a little bit too much, where he sort of wanted to go in. So I'll just have this slow down just a little bit more, where Powerful and Boyet was able to identify that position where Lord, the Lord's HP was going super, super low. There was actually 2 team fights that was happening at this point. So we'll let this play out just a little bit more because this is really, really interesting. Yon's already in position. He's got the Shadow Kills. Marky pops in with Entropy. It's created 2 different team fights. Yon and Gear on the fight with that Lord. So both of these fights in these 2 aspects where Boyet was constantly having this position to see where that Lord is. He wants to go for this, but Marky is in trouble as well. So Ken immediately gives additional support down towards his marksman, knowing that as long as Marky is safe, knowing that he has a little bit more shield, they will be able to survive all these skirmishes. So I slowed down just a little bit. Powerful knocks it up with the wild charge, and the rest, as they say, is history. The damage coming through from all sides, and I like the fact that RSG was able to fight in this case. But the fun fact is, RSG has never been in third place before. It's always second, first and second. Evil one game away. Will they take it away? Casters, over to you.
Oh man, Churros, you have to teach us history lessons, right? Yes, you are right. Team Evil has... This is probably like one of the first few times where... No, actually no. This is usually the case where they will always falter in the lower brackets because they always lose out to, like, I don't know, some of the top tier teams such as RSG or even be it Slate as well back then in Season 4.
I think their highest accolade was for third.
Third place.
Third place.
Yep.
Okay, so the very fact that they managed to get themselves probably a record high at this point in time it would definitely be one thing, right?
Yeah.
But it's another thing for them to be able to 3-0 against RSG.
Man, if they can 3-0 that one,
I mean,
not
look,
feeling good for RSG.
I was thinking that it was gonna be either 3-1 or 3-0. I mean, look, when you're looking at the comparison of games yesterday, right? The quality of the games that Evil pushed out versus the quality of games that RSG pushed out, it's kind of pretty telling, man.
Yeah. So you know what I feel like RSG definitely have to do? They definitely have to up the game. And you guys can up your own game too, because you can experience next level mobile gaming with the new and latest Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. Yes, flex it boys, flex it. With Samsung's most hyper-realistic mobile gameplay, yet it is equipped with ray tracing, by the way, for hyper-realistic shadows and reflections, so you get to watch your favorite mobile character and battlefield come to life in stunning detail. By the way, those two words, I will only say it on PC, but it's basically a pocket PC right there. It's actually kind of crazy. They're able to pack all that tech into one small little thing. When speaking about hardware, the Galaxy S24 Ultra is a gaming master thanks to a powerful processor and efficient vapor chamber to keep things cool under pressure, and with a massive battery capacity as well to power through long hours of intense gaming. With all these epic features coming together to work its magic, the Galaxy S24 Ultra is every gamer's ultimate weapon for ultra-realistic yet smooth graphics, even through heavy-duty games. Plus, it comes with a massive 6.8-inch display encased with sleek titanium, and it's not only just stylish, by the way, just flex, keep flexing, keep flexing. What are you guys doing? No, flex the phone!
Yes.
Flex the phone! And not only stylish, but also incredibly durable and scratch resistant. Now, give me your phone, I'm gonna throw it right now.
You see, right, I have to say, the phone itself, right, I've used this without a cover for a very long period of time, and it feels so good. I haven't had really feels
I
so
haven't
good without
used
a cover.
a phone without cover, and I feel like getting this phone definitely allows you to do so.
In the meantime, for me, I am a strong believer of not getting screen protector. Because let's be honest here, the glass is hardcore. It's been in my pocket for all this time, and I don't see any semblance of a scratch at all since the start of its days.
This guy.
I kid you not, man. Like really, I'm considering switching over to Samsung Galaxy S24. Give me one piece, thank you.
Wait for the S25.
All right, so going into this picks and bans, guys. RSG versus Evil once again. Let's have a quick recap. You know, I think previous in Game 2, we saw RSG trying to go for a little bit more of a sustained DPS composition that would focus a bit more on the early game. Whereas for the side of Team Evil, they've identified that they want to go on for a late game team composition. But yeah, it just didn't work out.
Yeah, I think right now it's just we're just waiting for the draft right here, and definitely they need to really find something somewhere or anywhere, right? And you can see like the general morale of RSG. I feel even in between games it was a little bit low, and of course, you know, we just have to look at how they're gonna draft this one properly right now, because just look at Yon, just relaxing, just chilling right there. I don't know what's going through his mind, man.
I think the main thing that they gotta have to do is to ban the link. That is the most important thing that they gotta have to do, right? Understandably, like you said, the morale is low, and the fact that they got 2-0 so far, definitely not great for their mental. And the very fact that Game 1 ended in such a way, it definitely had a lot of impact on the Game 2. Although I gotta have to say, Game 2, they definitely did better. So hopefully this is gonna be an uphill climb for RSG to kind of get themselves back into the right mental state.
It's an uphill climb with a with a normal bike without gear.
Oh yikes, that's
actually really
That's
tough.
actually
But they do
fair.
have gear.
Yes, they have gear.
Yeah, so I really do
That's
hope.
good, that's good,
Thank
that's
you.
good.
Thank you
yeah.
so much. I
How long have you thought about that?
It just came into my mind.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I told you, it's natural for me. But speaking about gear, right? Gear definitely has to pull all the stops right now because this is the moment where they're one game away from, ending their journey right here. Yes, I mean, it's top 3, top 4. It's still not too bad in a sense, but like, I feel like RSG definitely looking to regain that glory that they had in especially Season 8, right? Where they had a full-on, a Singaporean roster that ended in top 2, which is great. But also, this is Team Evo that we're talking about. Team Evo definitely has never tasted a Grand Finals air before, and this is their moment where they will stop at nothing to make sure that RSG doesn't get there.
They gotta have to go for the 3-0, guys. I'm pretty sure that is going to be a great thing for their mental state in a while later. As going up against NIP Flash, it is definitely a behemoth that they're gonna have to work on. And how exactly are they supposed to do that? Well, they gotta have to 3-0 RSG.
Turns out the ban is already going on already, in fact. Sorry about that one. Seems like right off, Fanny and Jusin and also Khalid ban away. Edith ban as well for the side of Evil. RSG, on the other hand, takes away the chip and Angela, Hylos, and Moskov as well. And this means that, that's going to be the Cho, Phobius, and Hayabusa for Evil. So no link this time round. RSG is the one that took the link instead.
Being on... I believe that they are on R1 and R2, so that is probably why they managed to get themselves the link, because it's kind of weird for me to think that Evil will be in B1 and actually picking up the Cho first, But regardless, how that is going to be working towards their way with a Bruno being thrown into the ban, which is definitely kind of a surprise. With an Aurora being thrown into the banning pool as well. Okay, yeah, RSG. Wait, what a second. Pig face. Wait, yeah, RSG R1 and R2. That means Evil first pick. They actually didn't pick up the link.
Yeah. Which is quite interesting to me, if you ask me as well, because Ling is so prioritized heavily by Evil for the first 2 games, but they let it slip away. They gave it over to the side of RSG. But at the very least, they still pick up a Phobius for themselves, so that's still a S-tier pick. And there's also the Hayabusa, which is also another S-tier pick, right? But now, this is going to be interesting, right? Because we haven't seen Boyet pilot the Hayabusa for today only. Going to give it over to Yon, so a lot more pressure over to Yon to make sure it works. And now this is going to be a Vexana selected by the side of RSG.
Yep, a very typical Vexana and the Tigreal combination. Implosion into the Eternal Guard is definitely something that cannot ever go wrong. And to help things out, you do have a Harif onto your side too. Now, when it comes down to Evil, since they no longer have a Ling, they don't necessarily need to go for the Angel-Ling combination anymore, unless they kind of want to go for a Hayabusa-Ling.
Yeah,
Hayabusa-Ling? Hayabusa-Ling? Hayabusa-La. Angel...
No, Angela's banned already.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah, Angela's already banned, so okay, Evil. Faramis bringing them back, man. And also on top of that, you also get a Nathan. This is a very old school draft, and also what surprised me as well, I think Abstract, you also pointed it out, that they went for a first pick Cho.
Is this Season 7 all over again, guys? It feels like Season 7, except instead of the Hayabusa, we had other things like the Barats, but this is very.
Oh man, I haven't heard of that in a long time.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused. Like Faramis has dropped in terms of priority because you don't really have solid tanks, like tank junglers anymore. And even if you take a look at Team Evil side, right, who are you supposed to put a Nether Realm on? By the way, before we go on there, that's Boyet. has a 75% win rate on the lane. In fact, 6 win, 2 losses since the regular season. And that's why RSG need to snap pick that right away, which I'm very surprised, right? Team Evil don't prior pick Ling in the first pick.
Now, of course, how is it gonna be like? Because we've got RSG and Evil that has finished their entire lineup with the final pick of Gadakacha on the side of RSG, which will be heading over to the EXP lane to deal with Ken that's playing onto the Phobias.
Yeah, Ken's Phobias, man. Finally get to see it this time around. We talk about it. He is a different beast on this Phobias. We shall see how he's going to pilot that one going into game number 3, ladies and gents. It is Team Evil. This is RSG. This is do or die. And also for the same of Team Evil, as they want to breathe Grand Finals air. And this is their moment. They cannot mess it up.
They want a revenge match against NIP Flash, man. I mean,
Of course.
yesterday was so close, especially in game number 1. So I'm really excited if Evil is able to cross the finish line.
Okay, now RSG, they just need to make sure that they have to fight a little bit longer. This is just a small little step into a survival. If they want to do this massive comeback, they need a perfect 3 game, and that's a tall order for RSG.
There's a quick force on the retribution onto the side of RSG. So now Ling is going to be working his way onto the purple buff without a retribution to work with. So there could be a chance that Evil wants to attack onto the purple buff as much as possible. But for now, the main thing that they're looking out for is Gear as he flickers himself away. But Boya still have a shadow that's embedded onto the Tigreal. Gets him down almost immediately. Roy, expensive flicker as well. The next one that's going to be on the chopping block is going to be closer with Powerful living with only a fraction of a pixel.
2 men down at the first minute mark. The ambulance don't even have space for that.
I loved how Evil moved around that map. Once
Yes.
they identified 2 members of RSG was corralled in the top half of the jungle, we saw Evil immediately move up to that quadrant of the jungle. And Evil now has just taken the lead, 800, 900 gold right now up in comparison to RSG, which is just really good.
Yep. Evil has been dictating the pacing of the game in game number 3 and game number 1, right? When they're so comfortable because they've got Ken on this Phobias, man, they're willing to make all these aggressive moves.
Yeah, we saw the early invade in the jungle. Now we do see the first turtle going to be spawning in a little bit soon.
Oh, the Shadow Stampede will be able to get a pull down on the Roy and flicker onto Roy, hoping that he will be able to get a kill. Yes, the Ghostbusters gets down the kill onto Roy once again, or not once again, but that's the first step for Roy.
Yeah, I mean, it's very surprising, the amount of damage that Varamis can do. I almost forgot about the Ghostbusters. It can be quite painful, especially when you got a lot of people stacked up. But now, first turtle is ready up, ready to go. But Team Evil is all solid control. But look at Powerful. He doesn't really care.
Powerful may have been... Who was I kidding? He's not even caught out in position. He just turned level 4 as well, so Wave the Dragon is up for him should he want to use it. But RSG chooses not to fight this right now. Free turtle goes over to the side of Evil.
Yeah, Powerful is giving so much vision, right? And RSG, you know what this reminds me of? This Powerful
JPL?
on this... Yeah, Joe. It reminds me of JPL.
Yep, it's
The movement is
similar.
almost exactly the same.
The only difference is that Powerful is a lot more aggressive by actually touching the enemies. What JPL usually do is he just kind of stand there idle and be like, look, this is information.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people start to respect JPL on this show, but this is my first time seeing Powerful just extending so much of this pressure. He's trying to make himself known that, hey, yes, I am a jungler, tank jungler, but I am a very sick Cho roam.
Yeah, look at that. 0-0 and 3 ends. Only 3 minutes in the game. That means they've been maneuvering around the map almost every minute of this game so far. In fact, look, Roy has to go be at the bottom side right now.
Oh, Whittled the Dragon actually connects down onto CS, and now Gear, with just a sliver of HP, walks himself away as Roy joins into the fray.
I mean, if I tie a paintbrush on their feet of Team Evil, every single member, the map is solidly filled with colors because they're so active around the map.
Look at Ken. He's making his way down.
Damage.
Purify just going to be popped on the side of Sailor. The Ogi Shadow Kill also connects, but unfortunately most of that actually hits down onto the Eternal Guard. CS hoping that he'll be able to run away, and there we go. Ken finishes it off with the final hit of the Infernal Pursuit. At the cost of his own life, super value.
Super valuable. I mean, you train an EXP laner for a gold laner. You take that trade any day. But Team Evil, like what I mentioned, there's like, what, 5 men down bot earlier just now? That's just crazy coming up Team Evil. They're not letting out the pressure onto RSG, and it's slowly choking RSG out.
I think it's really, really smart as well, right? Because Gato can't really push super hard as well, right? He only has his first skill, which is able to kind of clear minion waves, but even then, he doesn't really clear super, super quickly, especially in the early game. So it was very correctly identified by Team Evil to utilize Ken to go bring them down to the gold lane, kind of start off that skirmish. We do see Powerful finding CS. There's so much damage, actually.
Well, yeah, like Concussive Blast does a lot of damage, but hold on a second, Powerful.
Doesn't seem like he having Jikundo to get himself out of that. That is definitely a dead Powerful, as we see. But the rest of the members from the side of Evil, they take that opportunity while Powerful was creating a distraction to get the turtle for themselves.
Man, Powerful bought so much time, and not only just that, it feels like RSG is not even handshaking that turtle fight at all.
No, they couldn't. I mean, even if they wanted to, they can't, right? They need time to farm up, and right now there's just no time at all. Marquis doing so much damage, manages to get away with the distortion, with the ultimate.
Well, 1v3 right there, and second skill from the Nathan turns out to be a very good combo breaker for Gear. So Gear has to be really careful in terms of where he dashes and how he implodes.
Oh, the Terrify connects as well as the Eternal Guard. Boyet wasn't able to find that opportunity to be able to burst anyone underneath that tier 1.
Okay, at the very least, RSG is picking up some kills back. They're starting to pick up a little bit more momentum because this is the mid game. This is where they do have a little bit of prio.
Implosion connects Purify from the side of Marquis. He's going to be safe and sound for now, while Powerful joins into the fray. Wail the Dragon connects down to the Roy and almost getting it. Oh, the Shadow Stampede! Double pull from the side of Evil. There's no way, Jose, you're going to be running away from all of that. Powerful flicks himself away. Now Sailor pops up with the Chaos Altar and it's just hoping to really just work on something over here. CS down, Gears down. Evil, they're just stampeding through RSG.
Yeah, literally stampeding. Spam the recalls, man. It's literally a horse recall being shown right there for the side of Team Evil. The masterful movements coming out of Powerful is crazy.
That was absolutely disgusting. I mean, look, no one from Evil died.
I wasn't expecting that one as well. I wasn't expecting Powerful to be this good at this show.
So much respect for Powerful's show. You don't ban it. Sure, I mean, he's just going to play it, and he's going to be that same pain in the side that he was in Game 1. He just has so much map presence on this show.
Yeah.
It feels like he's everywhere.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
He's everywhere, anywhere. Literally, like, you can basically just blink, and then Powerful is up top, blink, Powerful is down bottom, blink, Powerful is mid. RSG cannot react to this kind of pressure. And now if you take a look where RSG is, the mid lane is already cracked open, bottom lane is all clean up, and now we're going into only the third turtle, and Yon is unable to even hold a candle against Marquis.
You know, it's insane, right? Yon has been power farming this entire time, but he's just not even a hit in terms of EXP to Boyet, right? Boyet was a level 11 first, Yon just hit level 11. So you expect, you know, at least if Yon was just solo farming, that he would be a hit in levels or gold, but I don't think he is.
I don't think he is. He's already used Tempest of Blades. It's gonna take some time before it's coming up, but the turtle is already being pressured by the side of Team Evil. Powerful rightfully there, and there's go Ken.
The Inferno pursuit down as well as the implosion knocks everyone else up into the air. 3 men up in the air. However, the Nether Realm is just going to be keeping them safe for now. Well, Closer goes down, and now the next one, the chopping block, is going to be CS while he drops his Summon Force. He was hoping that he would be able to stay alive a little bit longer, but the Shadow Stampede pulls the gear right in the face of Marquis. That is going to be Marquis that gets himself a kill, and now RSG at the reckoning of Evil. The Tempest of Blades lands, and this is where Yon was to whittle down one after another. That is a 3-for-5 trade-off.
Okay, that's a shutdown, that's a double kill. In fact, that's a triple kill for, you know, Yon to kind of clean it up. But then again, it's just, you know, it's just one wipeout that's going to be extremely painful for the side of RSG. As you take a look at the replay right there, that's supposed to be a very good choke point for RSG. They've got so much damage in the Zaman Force, they got so much damage on the Eternal Guard, but none of them is pouring because there's a Nether Realm just blocking all of that coming out from Sailor.
Yeah, we saw the Shadow Stampede as well, just yoink gear all the way back in and on, and this is where I think Evil overstayed a little bit, right? They saw Link's ultimate come in, but they grouped up together, right? And that's a huge issue because then Yon can just hit right there and just use his ultimate and it's just free damage, free kills. So that was a little bit of a slip up from the side of Team Evil, but you know, they're still definitely in this.
Looking at the map, it feels like RSG does not have enough damage as of yet, but it could also be timing, right? Sailors, oh, hold on a second, there's a fight.
It does seem like CS is not going to be alive anymore, as the rest of the members from the side of Evil, they're just going to be huddling up onto Roy as well as Gear. How long can they stay alive for? That is the biggest question, as we do have a quick little charge from the side of Tigro, but the Infernal Pursuit lands and gets a pretty good damage in. It still continue going on. Unstoppable 3 from the side of Sailor. Even though Ken did go down, the rest of the members from RSG definitely isn't happy about the fact that they actually lost quite a bit there.
2 members down once again. That yes, Ken is okay. It's fine. You throw away the XP laner. They're not very important.
I mean, even then, he's trading in EXP laner for more important members, right?
Yes.
It's a worth it trade that you'll take any day of the year, any day of the week, even.
Yeah.
This is.
I was actually roasting Abstract right there, but he didn't react.
What?
So it's not a successful roast, but you know what is successful though? Evil's team plan. They're 3k gold ahead right now, right?
Yep.
And Marky is 2 levels ahead of CS. Hitting level 12 in 10 minutes a game. Look at that.
So much damage.
Disgusting.
For Marky
And
already.
going down.
And they're going for more.
That's not all though. Closer is going to be the next one on to chop and block once again. Evil, they are a mission on a man possessed. And now, Gear down. Triple kill for the Marky. Is this where they're just going to be trading who gets the Savage or not? Because Marky gets himself the Maniac. Boyet went over
Marky
to the
is walking
Lord.
to it.
Yawn is hoping.
He wants a Savage. Look at Marky.
Boyet gets the Lord. Peppers ablaze and lands and flies him up in the air. Marky gets that Savage. It's an unofficial Savage.
Oh my goodness.
Unofficial Savage.
Yeah, RSG still takes the... no, actually no, it's still Evil still taking the Lord. No matter everything that Yawn tried to do, the only thing that he didn't do is to give Marky that Savage.
To be fair, he just stood there and let Ling do his thing. You know, he knows that, yeah, I don't need to do anything. I don't need to hit him because this is Marky's prey.
RSG waiting for the end, literally. Right now, the Lord marching in. And right now, it's just going to be Evil.
The Lord plunders all that RSG wants. But unfortunately, that's going to be the Joe that will be the first one to go down. But unfortunately, Ken is also going to be dead. But never mind, the Ogi Shadow Kill manages to assassinate CS. The rest of the members for the side of Evil, they want to get a kill down on the Crystal. But RSG, they're holding up. They're pushing away the rest of Evil. As Sailor goes down as well. A full team wipe in favor for RSG.
Yes, RSG managed to turn this around just a little bit. But at what cost? Mid lane is already cracked open. The core is already half HP, slightly battered. Team Evil, they are really greedy. They wanted to end right there.
Yeah, Team Evil biting off a little bit too much, and they could cheer. You know, I think this is actually a potential turning point for RSG.
It's a good defense.
This is definitely something that RSG was looking for. Look at the lane.
Definitely. RSG was able to pick up some shutdown goal. That's Young with the Endless Battle. That's also one item power spike right now. RSG is hoping and banking on Yon to make wonders right now in this game number 3.
Yawn, all eyes are on Yawn right now. 5-2-1 with the split push, manages to take down the second turret on the bot lane. We see the equipment right now. We see a full built Natan, which is extremely scary. Harif, I mean, the Natan is 1 item ahead of this Harif at this point in time. We also, but on the other hand, Yawn, he is 3k, he's almost 3k gold, 2k gold up in comparison to the Hayabusa.
Yon is definitely +1 right now. He does have the damage. He now needs to be able to find ways to convert. Find the damage onto Marky, assassinate him before he goes popping off with those ultimate and also first skill. Second skill, there could be a chance, but they cannot let anyone for the side of Evil to just pop somebody from RSG like that, because Marky does have a lot of burst damage in his kit.
Not only burst, but sustain as well, right? This is a Natan that we're talking about. You know, the moment he pops his ultimate, he's able to just dish out so much damage just with his basic auto attack. And Natan, he wants to see all members of RSG line up. He does pop the ultimate, but it's on a very short cooldown.
RSG right now is on the same gold lead as compared to Evil. Item-wise is right there, but in terms of levels, Evil is slightly ahead. Look at Marky, it's already level 15. CS is struggling at level 13. RSG need to make something work right now. They have a mid lane that's open, but maybe this is it.
Oh, Marky doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. Pops out the Wind of Nature, but everyone is on Marky. The Eternal Guard lands on top of him. We do have the Immortality that's going to be popped as well, but now Ken is just going to be pushing the rest of the members from RSG away as much as possible. As now we do have a Shadow Stampede from the side of Sailor. He pulls it in and closer, overextends himself and finds himself dead.
Abstract, that is the RSG miracle there you're looking out for. That pick up onto Marquee is exactly what RSG need. Now it's Team Evil that needs to play a little bit of defense. Take a look at the kit right now. They've lost their main damage dealer, and RSG is working on the Lord.
And
takes the Lord.
Yeah, unfortunately, Boyette wasn't able to get the steal down. The Zaman Force is popped a little bit too early. Yon jumps over the back lines, gets a kill down to Boyette. The Tempest of Blade is just going to be popped again with a single dash in. He managed to get so much damage just onto Sailor.
Massive comeback coming out for the side of RSG. They already take the Lord already, and now taking advantage of Marky going down, they snoop in, takes down Boyette, and now it's a 4v6 technically speaking because of the Lord, making a 7 if you add the Eternal Guard.
Yeah, and the gold swings over to the side of RSG. RSG now the one who has the gold lead. This is the first time in this game, in this series almost, that they've taken the gold lead. 2k gold up right now. We see the Lord marching down the bot lane. The question is, whether Evil is going to be able to take out the key members of RSG in Yon and the Ling as well as Harris.
RSG right now, there's a lot of standing gold. Expect the gold to swing in the favor of RSG, but right now it's not about the gold and the equipments anymore. It's about the positioning, how you handshake these team fights. RSG needs to make this Luminous Lord work. If not, they may not even have a second chance or third chance in taking this one.
Yeah, I'm looking at Marky's positioning. He's been caught out.
Oh, immediately just going to go straight in for the powerful. And now the 5-man Nether Realm from the side of Evil. But it doesn't seem like they will be able to help Marky at all. The rest of the entire team from Evil melted down in that single instance. RSG SG gets himself back on the map.
RSG sneaking one game away against all odds when it looks bleak. They have so much domination in terms of the early game, but now at the last moments when they need to show up, Yon showed up.
Yeah, Yon played it very smart. I think a lot of people were wondering, what's Yon doing? He's just not with the team.
He was farming.
He was farming.
Wait for my level 15 power spike.
Exactly, and the moment he hit that late game, he started joining the team fights. And I have to say, I think we'll probably see that from Churros later on. But in the last team fight, right, and on the top lane, we saw them kill Marquee.
Yeah.
And Yon, you know what Yon did? He went back to base and immediately went down to Lord, which is why they could rotate on objectives so quickly. Huge props to Yon for that game.
Yeah, Yon seems like he's just AFKing farming for the first, I don't know.
Playing a little bit of a farmville, if I may.
Yeah, but I mean, at the very least, the farm was able to secure the game. I mean, yeah, 3 MVP so far. I think it's mostly just Lings.
Ling. So just spam it out, guys. I mean, clearly both teams are good with it, right?
Yeah,
MVP or Ling.
Definitely MVP.
MVP ain't the player, it's the hero.
Yeah. Yeah, we should have the MVP screen up very shortly. Definitely should have to give it to Yon. Yon was power farming. My goodness me, we thought that he was giving up already. You felt that this all hope was lost, and all of a sudden, when you needed him to step up, he was able to convert all that gold into equipments, into damage, and into assassinations. I was talking about this earlier. Yes, Marky has to be careful in terms of positioning, because the problem about Nathan is once you use your ultimate for your main damage, and also after that, it's also your mobility to get out of trouble. And now, of course, rest assured, MVP goes to Ling. Sorry, MVP goes to Yon for this one. 893 GPM. And his items are stacked, and he delivered the win for RSG when all hope is lost.
Okay, I'm sick of the Ling now. Someone ban it.
Well, look, I mean, when it works so well for both teams, right? I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely going to get bad. I mean, look, for whoever's listening to this, whether it's Carrot or Youngin, just ban the Ling, man. Make the games a little bit different. I mean, so far, it's just been Ling. Right? And honestly speaking, I'm getting a little bit sick of seeing.
Right? Right? Now, of course, when it comes down to this game, I think that the main thing that the main question we kind of need to ask is if whether Evil could really take that late game or not. Because I believe that with this current lineup that they have, or rather this hero composition, it seems as though they're gonna have to play for the mid stages of the game and just kind of like try to end it before the end game.
Correct. Like Evil, somehow they are able to find, how do I say it? This time around is a very different Evil that we always see. Usually what we saw for Evil is that they start the thing, they are able to end it, right? But RSG on the other hand, they were able to start something, but they can't end it. But in this particular game, what you saw was RSG just power farm all the way, they hunker it down, and then after that, let Yon do Yon things, right? And now Evil on the other hand is they started something, right? But they let Yon farm too much.
Is there something wrong with Boyet's items? It seems like he may have sold something.
Yeah, I think he's building up. He's leading up to something. He's sold out quite a few as well.
That
but
means he sold out a lot, like maybe 2 or 3 full items or something like that. Okay, maybe 1 or 2. I can't math, but considering the fact that, you know, if 10,000 gold is equals to, like, let's take a look at Roy's items, right? 4 full items versus Boyet's 3 full items, 10k gold. There must be 1 or 2 items that have been sold by Boyet.
Yeah, definitely, right? I think Boyet was in the middle of switching items right there, but I don't think he was expecting like Yon just snowballing. Just take a look, 14k net worth right there. Definitely some items being sold and switched around. But you have to admit, RSG is finally back on the map for now, but they need to, like what I mentioned, play another 2 more games perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, look, RSG is on a lifeline, on a fuse, and the fuse is burning ever so short. They did just increase it by about a few inches, you know, so they have a little bit of leeway right now.
Couple of CM.
A couple of CM here. Well, everyone gets the reference, man. It's international.
You in the Imperial system. Anyways, but RSG, yeah. I think it's not about items anymore. I feel like, yes, there are some key things that we point out, especially for the side of Boyet. Halfway through a item swap as well. But also, I don't think they're ready for Ling, because take a look, there's not a lot of armor being built, especially for the side of Ken and also Powerful. Yeah, they're on the middle of switching because I think they're mostly worried the damage coming out from CS and also Roy.
And I don't blame them, you know. I think Yon was, whether he did it intentionally or not, was really, really smart about how he played it, right? He was very disengaged from a lot of the team fights, so it didn't feel like they need to prioritize itemizations for the Ling specifically. And then if you look at the last maybe 3-4 minutes of the game, that's when he truly started to do a lot of damage, when he truly started to take over the game, right? So honestly, it felt like our Team Evil was a little bit too overconfident going into that last 5 minutes of the game, counted Ling out, and they got punished for it.
Yeah, and you just see it in the movements of Powerful, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like he was just dominating in terms of RSG's positioning, but once, you know, RSG start to pack the items, able to burst down Cho, all of a sudden your Pew is gone. Then after that, Marky is left alone. Then Sayla needs to use the Nether Realm or something to basically buy time for Marky, or even to a certain extent Ken.
I would say that Powerful in the early stages of the game, even in the laning phase, is just mechanically sound. It's constantly just right in the face of RSG. It makes me think that Powerful alone is able to pave the way for Evil and kind of like dictate the pacing of the game. So, which makes me think that maybe Evil, they can actually work more into the mid stages of the game, or work more into the late stages of the game by picking late game heroes, but because of the fact that they are always, you know, ahead, those late game power spikes are kind of accelerated to the mid stages of the game.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and actually in one part of the game, right, Evil could have just finished the game if they played 30 seconds slower. Okay, like, you know, it was the fight I'm talking about was when they got wiped out by RSG.
Yeah.
When they were pushing in the Lord. If they had just taken that slower, maybe even by 5 seconds, play back, play a little bit safer. They went all in, balls to the wall, right?
Yeah, they had the
and
eye
they just
on
got shut down.
They have the eye on the prize, like what I mentioned earlier just now. They're just one game away from breathing the grand finals air for the first time, and yet I think it's just a little bit overeager, right? Like they were almost able to end the game. Why not just go all out and boom? RSG took advantage of that mental state, and after that, you know, Yon being like completely forgotten by Team Evil, and then RSG was able to win through Yon.
Well, I guess this means that we are getting closer and closer over to our predictions, right? At this point in time, it's getting closer over to Croissant's prediction. But
I'm right, guys. I'm calling it now. I'm 100% correct.
If RSG takes yet another game, then you're out. You're out, Croissant.
But it's fine. I'm closer now. That's all that matters.
But I mean, right now it's just like, okay, we're going to go into game number... I cannot count.
Four.
Sorry, I cannot count beyond 3. We've been doing a lot of best of 3s. We're going to go into game number 4 very, very soon. But before that, let's take a look at the top 4. Rich Guy, definitely, he's been farming like a storm. The main damage dealer from the side of Team Evil definitely is the carry. The most damage dealt is definitely Marky, 127k damage. Close up, the sandbag, taken most of them. And of course, best wingman, Powerful, total 15 assists.
This is exactly what I expected, to be honest. With the exact 4 people here. I mean, these guys individually performed really, really well. It's just fortunately for RSG, they managed to close the game when they needed to, right? And Team Evil, I think they're definitely going to be beating themselves a little bit, kicking themselves a little bit at the back, trying to learn from their mistakes. But I'm confident in the next game when these two teams have learned, they're going to learn from their mistakes this game and take it to the next one.
I think RSG, after this particular game, they're regaining momentum, which is great, right? Because we also have to think about Team Evil. And right now, okay, fine, we lost one game. I think they're still able to recover from this because they've got a lot of safety cushion to go through before RSG start to become that threat.
Hey, it is an uphill climb after all. And now they have
gear.
Almost reached the apex of it. And I think that it just takes a few more games before they are finally at the apex.
Yeah, right now it's just, you know, making sure they continue on pedaling, because right here, as we go into the highlights, just to take a look at the insights, you will see an early game domination coming out from the side of Team Evil, right? Then after that, Yon was just power farming right here.
And this is a turning point, right? This is where Yon went from 0-1-0 to 0-0-0 to 3-1-0.
You're right.
All right, that was really the turning point right there. Yon before this had almost no gold, no teamfight participation. But, you know, we see here really, really good picks from the side of Evil. They've done this time and time and time again. And this is, I believe, where they were going to go. It was right before the game finishing push, or so we expected. Unfortunately, that was not the case.
Yeah, because Yon was actually working on the Lord. Maybe you will have to say that you can also add argument that Marky was greedy for the Savage. That's why the whole team passed over to the side to help the Link. And then after that, you know, once they take the Lord, they send it down right here. And this is where RSG put up a decent fight, right? Because just take a look at CS's Diamond Force and also Roy with the Eternal Guard. Definitely saved them. And of course, that wonderful push coming out from closer and flank from Yon. I think it's just exactly what happened, right? Like the fact that shut down earlier just now, what you mentioned when you pointed out, that allowed Yon to come back in terms of the map, and then after that start carrying the game.
Just one good, solid team fight is all they needed. But right in their base, to be honest, it kind of made me forget about the fact that, hey, Evil actually was about to win the game. Because the way that RSG handled the final push definitely seems so convincing, as everyone just melted in an absolute instant.
Yeah, implosion into a Gatokacha ultimate into an Eternal Guard. There's no way to run. If you're Marky, you expect yourself to get blown up to pieces right there. And Marky was one of the first few people to go. And on top of that, the Nether Realm didn't really help, unfortunately.
Honestly, that was just the wombo combo that everyone's just been waiting for.
Yeah.
And it took 18 minutes? It took them
16 minutes.
16 minutes. It took them 16 minutes to reach that point in time and showed us exactly what the composition is made of and what it's meant to be.
Yep, so Kwa, you actually pointed out that one critical point, but I want to hear more points coming out from analysts. Churros, what do you have for us?
At this high level of gameplay, if you make one mistake, it's going to come back and bite you in the foot. So this is going to be a very, very tough thing to break down if you're an Evil fan, but Evil was a little bit too overconfident with how Marky was playing and the damage that Marky can dish out, that I think it just came around and RSG just identified the win condition. The draft aside, I think both teams played perfectly, played towards their strength, played towards their power spike, but this was the turning point. And thank you for Samsung Galaxy S10 Tab for powering this off-desk segment right here. This was how Marky just broke down everything. If you take a look at where Marky is, far away from the rest of the team, no backup whatsoever, and their entire composition was just entirely made up of heavy dive comp. Like you have to stick together, just exude the level of team fight presence that you have. There's not one person that could go into the offside, which is what Sayla is there for. You just gotta stick together as 5. And the moment that you split up into 2 different team fights, there's when RSG will punish you. Well, let's take a look at how things break down. Powerful trying to create a space in between Closer and Gear, just not batting an eye. They know their target is Marky, and once Marky gets taken down, just all hell breaks loose. They're just desperately scrambling. And yes, Kwa, I heard you. Ling, right after this fight, he knows that the next target is that Lord. So I'm going to be fast forwarding. It doesn't really matter if Closer goes down, but Ling gets that recall, goes back to base, heals up so that the Evo doesn't know where he is. And he knows that once he goes to that Lord, it's all over, because then Jace, yes, I also heard you. That's 7 people that Evo has to deal with, including the Mini Lord and the Enhanced Lord, for that matter. So let's just play this through. Ling goes immediately to that Lord pit, secures that Lord, next major objective, and Evo was just down 3 members at that point. So this is where everything just goes south, right? The last and final push was where Marky just oversteps his boundary. RSG does the same thing all over again, the same ingredients and recipe for success. It's just the Trap Pop Markies Purify, and they have options. And this was really, really interesting how Gear and Closer is going to be layering in this team fights. Gear is going to come in, he's going to use the Implosion because he doesn't care, because Closer is right next door just to close up that gap. And this was where this 2 players, just their synergy is unparalleled at that point. Gear goes in, tries to pop that Purify first, Entropy already used up, and Gear doesn't really matter, it doesn't really care, because once Fermis actually uses that Nether Realm, everyone just comes in and goes ham. So we'll just slow this down and take a look, the Wombo Combo Unga Bunga that the entire team wants to use. You've got Gear with Implosion, you've got Closer closing that gap with the Avatar of the Guardian, and you know, the fun fact of RSG not making into the top 3 this time around might not be a fun fact anymore. So, Season 8, Season of Changes, over to you, casters.
Thank you very much, Rose. Yes, we're going to go into game number 4, boys and girls. We expected this game, this series to go the mile, right? Especially to make sure my predictions go correctly.
3-1.
So what about you? What do you think this time around? Is RSG able to regain that momentum to basically bring us to a stalemate?
I think that they have the momentum now. They should be able to bring it to a draw into a 2-2. And I think that they are more or less upping their game quite a bit now.
Nah, you guys talking. you guys talking.
Just because you're on 3-1.
Nah.
Just because you're on 3-1.
It's a clear 3-1 for me, man. I mean, look, they got lucky.
Yeah, so don't forget, ladies and gents, I feel like both these 2 teams definitely need an upgrade, not only just in the phones, but also in their swags, their soul, their riz, their aura, and all you whatever words that you guys are using these days. Of course, don't forget you can up your game with JD. Get 500 free diamonds with a minimum spend of $110 on jdsports.com.sg. In fact, I'm on it right now.
You know, guess what? If you do come down to skate today for the playoffs, they're giving out free diamonds like it's cookies, man. You go outside, you just key in, I think, your IDs and stuff like that. You play this mini game, and you're just getting up to, I think, 500 diamonds.
I am going out right now.
You have a job to do, man.
All right, you're stuck with us. And the best part is, right, they are giving like a lot, not only just diamonds, right? They're also giving a lot of free deals, good deals as well. Like I'm looking at this one, this very wonderful tablet right there. The last few days, grand deals up to 50% off. And apart from that, they also carry multiple brands as well, just to name a few.
I saw buy one, get one free. You got me sold, man.
Yeah, New Balance, they've got Crocs, Keen, and a lot of different brands. Nike as well, even the Jordans, the shoes look so good.
Oh, and, man. W Riz, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. 1,000 aura.
I don't know where we're going.
Hey, you said whatever the kids use nowadays, right?
Are you a kid?
I can be.
I know you have a kid. Doesn't mean that you are a kid.
Hey, look,
Anyways.
I'm learning. Okay, we gotta have to keep ourselves in
Up
check.
with the times.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay?
keep out the times, ladies and gents. I have to update my vocabulary, but we have to update right now for this particular game. The draft is ready to go, and RSG on first pick, taking away the Harif, Evil banning away the chip.
Yeah, look, it's really interesting, right? Because I think from the side of RSG, you know, I think they're gonna force Evil to ban out the Ling, right? Because technically they are gonna be. Sorry, Evil's gonna be first pick, right?
Evil is second pick.
Second pick. So
Second
that means,
pick,
yeah.
second
So
pick. R1,
RSG is
R2.
forcing Evil to ban out the Ling. Because if they don't ban out the Ling, then you know
RSG's
it shows that
B1
RSG
is the
can play
Ling.
it. Correct. Exactly.
Shall see. I think right now in terms of bans, we're seeing like common suspects, right? Oh, actually no, Jusin is actually getting banned.
Ooh.
By RSG. They identified that Jusin is really, really strong.
Yep.
So we expect like the Auroras to come back, the Phobias getting banned out by RSG. Still some common suspects right now. I think it's just RSG deciding not to deal with these three heroes.
I wonder if Evil is gonna ban out the Ling or leave it open.
Oh.
Leave it open. They are saying that RSG, you may have the Ling should you choose to. We have something in the pockets. We have the Hayabusa that's still available. Boyette, you're being very comfortable playing that. Actually, Boyette, I feel had a lot of comfort on whether it was the Ling or the Hayabusa. Ling does get picked up for the side of RSG. I do expect Evil to pick up Hayabusa probably on the third pick as the third pick.
So
first to pick Cho and Khalid.
So here's the thing about Ling, right? Yes, it's very broken, like it's very strong, but he's counterable. You know where he'll path, where he will go the first time, right? Especially the first camp. The first camp is definitely at a purple buff, and that's why Evo drafted a Khalid, someone, and also the Cho, someone and something that could actually just hard invade the first minute.
Honestly, right as you said about the counter, makes me immediately think about Ruby. Ruby is a hero that we haven't seen for quite some time already. Still a very flexible hero. Sorry?
We saw him in the previous game.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, we
we did.
Too, bro.
Oh, yeah, it was gear, right? It was gear.
Yeah, game number 2, that Ruby really works wonders
right.
against that Ling. It actually made it
now we
difficult
want to see
for
it.
Evil.
So now we want to see it. But the thing is, because of the fact that Cho has been picked for Rome and Khalid is picked for EXP, I think that at this point in time, there could be a very, very possible X-Factor pick onto that Ruby into the gold lane. Especially since if they have been doing so well in the early game and the mid game thus far, picking up the Ruby may actually allow them to further accelerate their growth and be able to end the game a lot quicker.
Interesting. Not too sure whether Marquis played the Ruby in the gold lanes thus far. That's a Nathan being selected, so that Ruby is out of the window for the side of Team Evil. Marquis just and continuing on to play that Nathan to match the Moscow, because Nathan is the mage version of the Moscow, because being able to dish damage in the AoE based on your basic attack.
Nolan being banned out. I do expect to see a higher ban. It's strange that they choose the Nolan instead of the higher first. But on the side of Evil, they still have the jungler to pick up. They still have the mid laner that's open. I question whether Aurora is going to get picked up. That's very interesting.
RSG is basically giving the Hayabusa over, right?
They're forcing actually the higher to be picked. No?
Yeah, Bane is strong also against that Ling, right? It's the same idea as the Ruby. Once you see the Tempest of Blade, you just throw Baby Shark.
You kind of control where the Tempest of Blade lands as well. You wouldn't want as a Ling to kind of land the Tempest of Blades right within of the Baby Sharks. So pretty much fair. But having a Hayabusa in the team against a Ling is definitely one of the other best case scenario, since it's kind of like an iframe for an iframe. You definitely want to get into that game, into that mental space to think who's going to be the one that outs first. If I out first, then the opponent is going to iframe my out and we are back to square one.
Yeah, trading outs, trading utilities, and it feels like a Mexican standoff, right? Like just holding on to your ultimates, just not gonna pull that gun, only pulling that trigger when its time is up. Now I'm looking at RSG. What kind of things that Youngin will pull out? That's an Edip. And Faramis. Okay, we'll get to see Roy's Faramis this time around. We haven't seen, like what I mentioned, we haven't seen Faramis in a while, and we get to see 2 Faramises in this series.
Back to back as well. Faramis maybe being starting to be looked at as a priority pick. I mean, similar to the Khalid, right? We barely saw Khalid all season, and then suddenly when it comes into the playoffs, they're just picking Khalid after Khalid after Khalid after Khalid. There's just so much more priority in that.
I know that this is kind of more, this is more of an NIP flash thing for Katisi, but honestly, I would love to see Imatis just based on the fact that this composition have so much mobility. Super high octane heroes. Everyone have got ways that they can just kind of get around. Aurora is probably gonna be the stragglers that can't really catch up and keep up with the rest of the team.
So it's positioning, right, for the side of Team Evil to make this work. Ladies and gents, we're gonna be loading up into the game very, very soon. Thoughts on the draft, Kwa?
I like what Evil has kind of drafted up, right? I mean, the game plan is very, very clear. They want to take these team fights. They want to. They also have the option, I think, to invade early as well as to pick off heroes from the side of RSG. Because if you look at the side of RSG, yes, you have Ling, you have the Faramis and the Shadows MP. Gatto, you don't really have a lot of mobility though, right? So I think they're waiting for RSG to come in and then try to counter engage from there.
5 seconds.
Team Evil, though, I think it's also... They have also ways to counteract against the Ling because of the Aurora pick. Same idea as the Arubi, but ladies and gents, this is the moment for the side of RSG, whether they can actually deliver us a comeback of sorts to try to deny Team Evil from going to the Grand Finals, or will Team Evil this time around make history where they go to the Grand Finals for the first time in their career since Season 3.
Yeah, look, I think Evil this time looks really much poised to do so. Evil, Ken actually being pushed out a little bit from closer, and Gear in no man's land right now.
Ling's still level 2, so make sure he's secured his purple buff. But it's kind of surprising that you don't see a very hard commit of a invade coming up on Team Evo as of now. I feel like Team Evo is playing it safe.
Very, very, very safe. You see Ken skirmishing with closer on the outskirts of the tier 1 turret right now. Ken's gonna be able to.
Oh, powerful. Takes the first L from the side of Evil, and it does seem like Marky is not necessarily in a great place as well. As he pops the Purify, he's gonna be safe and sound underneath the turret. But Boyet joins into the fray with the Ogi Shadow kill. There is still creeps around though, and Gear, even with the Revitalize, will be able to keep CS in check.
Boyet throws out a Shuriken, but hold on a second. Yon is having a lot of trouble by Ken. At the same time, feels like their Evil is trying to ramp up in terms of the aggression, but Sailor's getting caught.
He does still have the passive though, so it's gonna be a-okay for now. But the rest of the members from the side of Evil collapses themselves down onto Gear and Roy. That's a 2 kill for themselves without losing a single casualty, but just only the passive of Sailor.
That almost went horrible for the side of Evil. We saw Sailor flicker forward, we saw Ken flicker forward, and they almost had nothing to change with that. That was extremely, extremely well played from the side of Sailor for burning the passive, knowing that he can burn that.
Yeah, interesting thought coming out from closer, going for the wall cry instead, wants to make sure his ultimate actually hurts.
It doesn't seem like Boyet is able to do much on the closer. The Wrath stacks is just building up for him. We do have Roy that joined into the fray as well. Didn't really quite manage to seal the deal with the Ghost Bursters of the Ken, but with the turtle now under attack by the hands of RSG, the rest of the members from the side of Evil just gonna be crashing it down, as we do have got the Raging Sandstorm that manages to get a kill down to the closer. Ken, without a lot of HP left, he's still gonna be sliding around with his sand, and the rest of the members from the side of RSG crumbles under pressure, as now Evil, they understood that this is how RSG played. They get themselves a total of 2 kills. And ladies and gentlemen, this is how the cookie crumbles.
Oh boy, Team Evil, the way they balance all this. You can see how Ken was dangerously low in HP, yet they still commit for the fight. The confidence and also the trust in Boyet to do the damage, to take the turtle, and then after that, you know, sweep up the rest of the members of RSG. Textbook play, but let's take a look at the replay.
Yeah, so we see this turtle actually started up by the side of RSG. SOD does go in, but it was a beautiful locked down from the side of Sayla. Ken living with a sliver of his HP. They choose to re-engage. Boyet manages to take the turtle, but right now you see just this team fight being scattered across the entire turtle area. So, you know, RSG just unable to actually finish off the kills, the healing, the sustain coming out from Evil, being able, is helping them pull through that fight.
The target prioritization coming up from RSG is not there, right? Letting Ken slip away around, and after that coming back in for a secondary re-engage with the help of Sayla in terms of the first skill. There's so much damage packed. In fact, it is Team Evil that should not have the priority in that team fight.
For sure, you know, I think everything was looking really good from the side of RSG, just that they weren't able to lock down and choose the targets as a team. It feels like a little bit of miscommunication happening there. But I'm pretty sure, you know, this is RSG that we're talking about, right? So I have full confidence that they will put your head back in the game and we're going to see a slightly different exchange happen.
The Avatar with the Guardian, unfortunately, didn't really quite hit the mark onto Evil. But Powerful comes in a little bit deep in, but he's going to be A-okay. Flickers himself right out of that, while we do have Yon that expended out the Tempest of Blaze to get himself right out of there. Closer, hoping that he will be able to get the onwards in, but Flickers with the Earth Shadow to actually get a kill down on the Powerful. Sayla flickers backwards, the Pride of Ice prop, and now Sayla, it does seem like he's gonna go straight down though, as CS just gonna be jumping right in front with a quick little teleport. Closer, the Earth Shadow didn't quite land, but Ken is gonna be cruising on with his sand.
1 for 1, trading a roam for a mid laner. I take that trade any other day, but RSG just slowly finding certain pickups right now, so Team Evil has to watch out. Don't forget, RSG has made miracles before, especially in the previous game. They can make it now, and you give Yon that lane, and he's on a momentum. This is exactly what you want to see, especially if you're an RSG fan.
Yeah, taking a look at the items right now, there's a slight gold lead for the side of Boyet, but Lane just manages to finish his first item. We see a lot of damage coming out.
Oh, the Whale Dragon, the timing situation, and Powerful literally baited that out from Yon.
See Ken choosing to take a fight a little bit too overconfident there. Kieran CS actually doing a huge chunk of damage, not able to actually heal up.
Ooh, right underneath
solo
the turret.
killed.
That's definitely not something that we are expecting per se. It's currently 4-9 though. I gotta have to say, Evil is actually doing a pretty decent job, while Yon, same thing as the previous game, right? It's kind of like his MO. In the early stages of the game, it just don't really appear too much, and even if it does, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I mean, heroes always come late, right? Heroes always appear late. He is the hero of RSG right now. Gear is actually also doing a wonderful job of making sure that those revitalizers that he popped actually helps, especially tanking through the damage from the shadow kill and making sure that the member stays alive.
It doesn't seem like Ken is gonna stay alive for this. Unfortunately, the rest of Evil, they have pretty much gotten themselves a very strong control of the bottom lane.
Yeah, I was gonna say, look at that's a really good point, right? Evil is shoving out that lane really, really deep right now. They don't really see the members of RSG, so they can't actually push the lane super, super hard at this point in time. They are positioning themselves well for the turtle, though.
Yep, I mean, RSG and Team Evo, they're playing opposite side. Powerful getting caught.
And flickers himself away, but unfortunately, that is going to be a Shadow Stampede that managed to pull Powerful in. The Avatar, the Guardian, is just going to be zoning out the rest of the members from the side of Evil, while RSG takes entire control of the Turtle's Pit as well as the river line itself. Maki continues to join into the action. Boya jumps over the back line to the Oki Shadow kill that managed to land on quite a little bit of players, but not quite enough to get a kill down on the closer. Ken, unfortunately, wasn't able to stay alive long enough.
CS is stepping up right now. Oh, the Shadow, the Spear of Destruction does land. Sees Boyet right there, but CS is not going to take it for now because the turtle is a more important priority right here.
Yeah, you know, it's funny thing with the Ogi Shadow kill, right? You typically want to use it when there's one or fewer people around, because when there's less targets, the more damage you do to that one target. We saw right there when the Ogi Shadow kill was used, it was spread across multiple targets, so the damage to that one person, the key priority targets, was not there.
Yep. I'm looking at CS. He's starting to step up in this particular game. He's taking a lot more kills at the same time. He's doing a lot more kills, and Yon, okay, setting it up.
Oh, immediately jumping in, but unfortunately wasn't able to steal away from Boyet just yet. Powerful flies up into the air because of the Tempest of Blades and will be the very first casualty from the side of Evil. Evil, after getting themselves a turtle, they must be happy about it and they really want to run away. Or maybe not, as Ken re-engages onto the opponent with the Raging Sandstorm, only for RSG to just jump right in and dive right underneath the T1, allowing CS to get himself the mega kill. Gear even a kill down on the Ken, and Boyet might be able to get getting this kill on the gear. Nope, it's just going to be passing over to Marky instead.
Yeah, Marky right now, don't forget, he is struggling right here to output the damage. He doesn't really have the items as of yet. RSG has already scaled, especially with Moskov. Don't need a lot of items.
And doesn't seem like the rest is going to work out so well for CS. He's trying to bait out, or rather he's trying to move backwards as he attacks, but it doesn't seem like RSG is going to do well from here.
Yeah, but RSG right here, at the very least, they crack open mid, so that's big space that RSG was able to buy. Top side as well is also quite leaning in favor of on the side of RSG. Evo, on the other hand, they do have a little bit of an advantage because, you know, bottom lane turret is still up, and they still have a Lord that's spawning at the bottom.
Yeah, our Evil is playing with a little bit more priority on the bottom side of the map. Lord is spawning in about 44 seconds right now. RSG actually playing for, starting to develop a defensive parameter around Powerful. Getting caught out of the Shadow Stampede, actually. I think RSG has correctly identified the counter hero to this choke.
Yeah, and the best part is, right, RSG does have the burst damage to deal with Powerful, right? Powerful is not really very tanky. Oh, Shadow kill.
Oh, doesn't seem like it's going to be enough to get a kill down on Roy, though. Closer did manage to land the onwards, but not the Earth Shatter, as Boyette gets himself away with just half HP. RSG rallies themselves up right underneath the T1 and will be able to defend that T1.
Yeah, Evo is right now doing a front to back. And which is quite interesting, right? They're really strong when they are looking for those flanks. They're looking for these layered engages.
Okay, that was really interesting, right? Because the Lord was spawning up, but the teams are moving up top. Now that the Lord has spawned in, they've started to regroup at the Lord pit. Right now, Evil first to the Lord, establishing that line of control. Ken may be caught out here, but he is more than happy just to surf his way down, but that means that it's going to be a 5v4.
Oh, Zayla doesn't have a lot of HP left, and so is Powerful, as the Frigid Glacier just going to be landing and buying themselves just enough time for the rest of the members to get away.
Yeah, RSG, this is a very... Okay, now that I look at this draft, now it makes sense. RSG is on a very strong split push comp, right? You can send a Moskov down somewhere else, and then after that send your Sphere of Destruction to join the fight. Link can also do the same. Evo, on the other hand, this is an engaged comp. They're trying to do some picks, but they're not unable to find those picks.
Yeah, it's really smartly drafted out by Youngin over for the side of RSG, right? Evo wants those team fights, RSG's not giving it to them. But unfortunately for the side of RSG, Evo managed to take the Lord without losing anything. They were really, really low health bars, but they just weren't able to secure the kills.
Oh, jumping right in. Ken is going to be under attack by Yon and Raging Sandstorm himself away. The Ogi Shadow kill from Boyette tickles a little bit on the members of RSG as they are all huddled up together.
Yeah, Evo is trying to actually push down that mid lane turret, though they do have a lore being sent down bottom. RSG can be at anywhere, anytime, thanks to the link, thanks to the Moskov, right? But we also need to make sure that Team Evo works together perfectly.
Powerful, Whale the Dragon on the closer, not going to be following up from that. At this point in time, that is a very nice Frigid Glacier, but not going to be following up from that as Evil draws a line between them and RSG.
Yeah, I think that's a worth it one coming off from Sayla because Evil was able to take down bottom lane turret.
Yeah, look, Evil got a lot out of that exchange. We see a little bit of a trade happening from Ken to the side of Yon. Yon still not having that damage yet. He's not at his late game state at this point in time. But Evil very happy with that Lord push. Getting, what, 3 turrets for 1 Lord? Hecking worth it, man.
Marky does have the Holy Crystal up, so Team Evo should have. Yep, that's the Holy Crystal being shown to you guys. I think that's building towards a Wind of Nature. You have to deal with the Yawn's damage from the Yawn, albeit it's not a very good item on Marky, technically speaking. He needs more magic items, but the attack speed definitely does help a little bit.
This is such a close game. If you actually look at it, yes, it's a 1.4k gold lead for the side of Team Evo right now. But if you look at the item breakdowns, right, both teams are actually very, very even on items.
Yes.
You know, the gold laners both have 3 items apiece, building up to the 4th item. The roamers both also have about 2.5 item scope. But
no, that is going to be a Wombo Combo Unga Bunga coming in from both sides. They're all just going to be collapsing onto each other. Powerful doesn't have a lot of HP, but runs away with just a pick of HP. SOD lands. Sayla flickers away, but it doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like CS wants to teleport onto his Spear of Destruction.
Massive team fight coming up to Team Evo right there. They identified a good moment for the side of RSG. They ate so much of these AoEs. Evo literally line up RSG in one straight line. Marky dishing out the damage. Can that Raging Sandstorm make sure that RSG stays there?
That was a dream T-fight for the side of Evil. Lord is spawning in 3 seconds, and RSG is nowhere near the pit. Evil should be able to just burst this down right now.
It's only a matter of time until Evil's Marquee eventually gets completely full items because everyone bought themselves roam boots. In the meantime, Boyet did manage to take the Lord for himself. They are the rightful owners of this Lord.
Yeah.
And now RSG, unfortunately, they gotta have to stay back.
Yeah, Evil, at the very least, they take the Lord away, they walk away. RSG know that, okay, now we brace for defense. In terms of defense, CS can wave clear very quickly. And especially when they congregate together, that's where closer, the Wrath comes into play. But Evil right now need to set up the waves perfectly. RSG, this is the calm before the storm.
Yeah, we see Evil split pushing all 3 lanes into trying to create a triple choke point, a triple pressure point against RSG. They may be able to do so. Ken sees Yon. He's trying to push on the turret. He's being a little bit cheeky right now as we see the Lord marching down mid.
Powerful. Oh, where the Dragon connects, but purified by the side of Roy, only for Powerful to be suffering a defeat instead. Yon goes over to the back lines, but he's not going to be connecting on anyone just yet. Ken does seem like he's suffering quite a bit of damage from the side of RSG, but here went in a little bit too far now, and he's going to be the one that goes down instead, giving Evil the very good 1-for-1 trade.
Roamers are being traded. Mid lane still not cracked open yet. Bottom lane though, RSG suffered some destruction. Evil switched their crosshairs up top, and they should be able to clear this very quickly. They're putting some pressure though.
Frigid Glacier goes down. All members of RSG manages to escape from that, but the turrets are completely barren, decimated, destroyed by the side of Evil. RSG's base is looking a little bit less homely right now.
Definitely not. The mid lane is a little bit like a sneeze away, maybe a knock or two. That's how low that mid lane turret is. RSG will throw everything and anything just to make sure they defend that one.
Yeah, right now there's a little bit of a peace and quiet on the map, waiting for the next Lord to spawn in. But let's take a look at the matchups right now, right? So we mentioned earlier that CS and Marquee basically have a very similar champion heroes. Marquee obviously, the Natana obviously being a magic damage dealer, CS being more of a physical damage dealer. But when it comes to the ease of execution of the fights, I believe actually CS has the easier maneuverability because he's able to hop around the map, hop around the fight as and when he needs. Marquee just has that ultimate that he can use to maneuver around, right? So I think all eyes are going to be on Marquee if he's going to be able to position himself in a way for him to dish damage.
Very crucial team fight. Powerful manages to slide himself away from RSG.
Yeah.
We've only got like 20 seconds until the Lord though.
They're not going to commit to that one. I don't think so, Abstract. But also, I agree with you to a certain extent. Marquee's positioning is very important. Apart from that, we also need to take a look at Yon, whether he can find Marquee.
Yeah, I think they will be able to. We see the Lord spawning in about 5 seconds. Evil already positioned for this Lord takedown. Ken is trying to match Yon right now at the bottom lane. Ken has initiated the push, but he is starting to make his way up. There's a little bit of a Lord dance happening, but Evil right now has a better position.
They're going to burst it down. Look at that. Ultimate already committed.
Hands down at the top of the Guardian. Just going to be putting himself right into the heart of Evil, only for himself to get bursted down by Boyet. The rest of the members from the side of Evil just going to be crashing themselves down onto RNG as much as possible. It's now closer, flickers himself backwards, while Roy is going to be safe himself for now as he pops the Purify as well. CS and Yon, they were originally very low in HP. Now Ken really wants to get that final piece of the puzzle onto the side of CS, and they are finally on their way over with a huge amount of death timer on the side of CS as the Lord is about to push in right about now.
Yeah, this is the perfect timing for Team Evil to apply even more pressure. They crack open top. They have another Lord pushing down bot. Mid lane also should be easily taken down by Evil right here. The Lord is going to crash into RSG's base without any single turrets at all.
They have 3 waves of push coming in.
Roy Boyet lands onto Roy, brings him down. No more Shadow Stampede, then no more of that ultimate. As such, RSG, it seemed as though things are going to be grim for him, but he did manage to put himself on the map once again. Triple kill for himself, defended the base from the imminent push from Evil in the middle lane, and now they deal with the Lord in the bottom.
Yon literally let Ken go. Literally say, you go ahead, tell your friends, don't come back. But RSG still has an open base to deal with. Look at the death timers. This is where RSG needs to try to regain as much ground as possible. 3 man down, around 20 seconds. What can RSG do?
We are heading to the late game, guys. So no matter, like, one team fight is all they need to finish game. Look at how fast CS pushes these waves, and mid-tier turret is...
Wishing Sand stop.
Lands on the 2, but of course, when it comes down to the nether realm, is going to keep the rest of the members from the side of RSG alive. But as long as there is going to be a cooldown on the nether realm, Evil will want to take an initiation on top of that. But there is going to be a lane creep just going to be pushing right in. As such, it's going to be mitigating the amount of damage coming in from that ultimate from the Hayabusa. But regardless, Evil continues marching on with the solo march from the side of Evil. Oh, sorry, from the side of Ken. It lands on the Roy, but now it's going to be safe and sound for now. The Earth Shatter lands, but of course, Ken, he moves himself backwards by a tad little bit. And Yon, he spots, his eye spy a little eye on the Powerful. He does have an immortality though, and Powerful, surprisingly, he is still right in front. A very bold and daring move. And now immortality is popped. No more immortality from the side of Powerful. The rest of the members from the side of Evil, they really want to end this. And it's closer. He brings one. He goes down as well. The rest of Evil, they have only 4 members left. It is a 4 versus 3 scenario. So will they even be able to do this?
No.
No,
RSG, they defended once again.
It feels like Evil is pushing this way too hard. They could just take a step off the gas pedal for a moment, regroup. They're not even giving themselves the time to regroup. You know, yeah, they're pushing RSG to a corner, but at what cost? They're losing people unnecessarily. They're over-chasing. They're making really big mistakes in this late game.
But Team Evil, though, they were at least they were able to push RSG from their side of the map to their side of the map, right? You can see that was the longest chase right in the mid lane as well. But Team Evil, yeah, I totally agree with you. Slow it down just a little bit. Right now, Team Evil is setting up for the Lord, and it's very vital for Yon to basically stay alive. Ken is attracting a lot of attention.
Yeah, I mean, look, Ken by himself can't really do too much, right? Evil right now, I mean, sorry, RSG right now is hitting the late game.
Oh no, yeah! He gotta have the pop to revitalize. Oh. That was a nice catch from Sailor.
Yeah, big revitalize, which means that CS is now vulnerable to any form of shadow kill, right? And now, the longer the Team Evil plays around this lore, the worse it gets for RSG. If you're a Team Evil right now, you don't burst this down.
Look at Yon, though. Look at Yon. Yon is doing what Boyet did to him in the first 2 games. He is playing around the pit so well.
Yon doesn't have his purple buff, let's remember that. And now CS has already showed himself in the base, clearing up the waves. As such, Evil will want to take this opportunity to jump onto Gear, brings him down. SOD lands off the Space Hailer all the way from the back, but it does seem like for the side of Moscow, he knows better well to not jump in. And Tempest of Blades from the side of Yon did manage to go to Maki. Yon takes the Lord right underneath the 5-man Evil's nose.
And still gets on the way. He steals the Lord from Team Evil. That's vengeance. So sweet against Boyet, the Lord Stealer.
This is deja vu, but on the opposite side of the map this time.
But right now, RSG, I'm not too sure whether they can abuse this one. They're 2 men down. Evil will be able to clear the Lord very quickly on. And Evil, they're more than happy. They're okay with this. The longer that this game goes on, they're super minions marching against RSG.
Yeah, so all 3 waves are still pushing in
Evil's
favor
trying to end
of
it.
Evil.
Evil's trying to end it. Could you play?
Powerful, looks out for one. He did manage to land a kick onto Yon, but he's not going to be following up on top of that. Yon, as well as the rest of the team, is just going to be focusing on the Ken as he pops himself with the quick sand guard plus the winter guard, just to make sure that he's going to be safe and sound.
Evil is running out of patience, and you can feel it. They're trying everything and anything, and the RSG is this cockroach that refuses to die, and now they have wings.
They have found
Oh no, not the cockroaches with wings. Not them.
Yeah.
They have found their way back in the game, RSG. RSG this time the lead, 2.2k gold up. And by the way, they still have a lot more standing gold. So that means that RSG is actually the richer ones right now and in the future as well in terms of what they can gain from a winning team fight, right? Whereas Evil, if they win the team fight, they're just going to win the game.
Okay, 2 things that from the side of RSG. They need to pick up Powerful first, and then after that, deal with Marky. Or deal with Marky first, and then Evil, the roster will just crumble. RSG, Evil, on the other hand, they just need to find Yon. Yon is the main damage source from the side of RSG. And if they can pick up Yon, deal with him, should be easier for the side of Evil to close out this game.
I kind of disagree, man. I mean, look, for this, who are you going to pick for RSG? You've got CS with the Moskov just piercing holes through your team. You've got Closer, which has the potential to deal so much damage with her ultimate, right? And of course, I don't need to elaborate about Yon. Yon is just a pain, just so much damage right now.
I just need to give Powerful something to do.
The problem here I see is the fact that Evil, yes, they do have quite a bit of these crowd control, right?
Yeah.
The Raging Sandstorm with Dragon and perhaps even the Frigid Glacier. But you gotta have to pick a poison. If you go for Yon, you can expect him to be able to kind of run away because of the Tempest of Blades and such. You kind of waste your abilities.
Unless...
Or you can just put it all onto CS, which is a little bit more guaranteed. Speaking of guaranteed, it is Gear. They focus everything onto Gear instead. So now there is no front lines, and Evil will be able to get himself a little bit of a ramp-up going on, as now the Nether Realm popping up from the side of RSG. There's quite a lot of these ultimates that has already been expended.
Evil wasn't able to catch up onto RSG. That's why RSG was able to retreat back. Wave clear right there, and then proceed on back. But don't forget, Gear is 40 seconds down. Evil, they can make a decision. Do they push this, or do they burst this Lord down? Seems like Marquis is there already. Expect an ultimate to be used anytime soon. Quickly burst this Lord down, and then after that start this siege once again.
SOD goes wide. The Lord is left at 5,000 HP. Goes down. Yon, unfortunately, unable to go in. Right now, there's no angles for him to go in without causing too big of a grief in this late game. Gold at this point does not matter. All members of both teams pretty much at full build. Very interestingly, actually, Closer going for a little bit more damage towards the end of the fight with the Starlium Scythe built up. I'm expecting him to get the Feather as well.
No immortality for Boyette. No immortality for Closer. Right now, the second life is definitely going to be very, very helpful, but they do have Roy on that Nether Realm for.
Yeah, Gear has spawned back in, so it's going to be a 5v5 fight. All three waves right now, lanes pushing in. Pots being bought for both teams. Ken almost low.
The Lord is going to be plundering everything from the side of RNG, but Evil, they are only focusing on one thing and one thing only, and that is to go to the Grand Finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Evil rewrote history. They are able, finally, after 5 seasons, they go to the Grand Finals. You can see on your screen right there, their fans celebrating. This is something they have never, ever done before, Abstract.
Never done in a while.
Yes, this is phenomenal. This is phenomenal. To see Evil, that is now in the Grand Finals. They're going up with a rematch against NIP Flash.
And that's definitely going to be juicy, Abstract, because yesterday, did you not see how close these games were against NIP Flash?
I was like rushing down when I saw the first 2 minutes of the game, you know? And you know, the crowd is absolutely phenomenal here. They have just they're cheering the team on, and you know, it's what a time to be an Evil fan at the moment, you know.
Definitely Team Evil, the Titan Slayers. Finally, they are the Titans themselves going into the Grand Finals, taking down RSG, a known tyrant for a long period of time. But you gotta have to give effort over the side of credits. Over the side of RSG, they did a wonderful job at the very least. Yon, my man, was literally protecting RSG. If it had not been Yon, the whole game would have been over in like a 3-0.
For sure, you know. Props goes to these two teams. RSG, congratulations. You guys played extremely well. Y'all did not give up your game without a fight. You know, you really showed us how much you guys have improved, I think, throughout the entire season of Season 8. And you guys have made it all the way here. So huge congratulations to RSG and their players for making it all the way.
Can you see the smirk in this guy's face?
Yeah.
This
I can hear the smirk.
Hear the smirk.
In our headsets. He's gotta go back tell her, I told you so.
Wait,
what, baby? There's no other way out.
Do you hear that, guys?
What?
You guys are the ones saying it, not me.
Look, we are helping you to say
Turns out we're both salty.
It probably sounds better from our side.
Yeah, I don't have to say anything. I mean, you guys know I was right, so I don't have to say anything, guys.
But anyways, ladies, just gotta have to unveil the MVP first. Gotta have to go to Ken this time.
Finally, not a Ling.
Because Ling lost. Ken, space maker, playmaker, he's grown so far from a Team Flash sub, now going into the Grand Finals as Team Evil. Man, he has grown. He has made mistakes before, and he has made up for them. You remember last season? Yes.
Yes. The
Oh,
penalty,
yikes.
The penalty whiff. But look, he's no longer whiffing his penalties if he's not playing Terizla.
The Raging Sandstorms are very on point, by
Yeah,
the
his
way.
Raging Sandstorms are on
Yeah.
point. I mean, honestly speaking, Ken has grown so much as a player. No shade at all thrown to him. I mean, the guy has been playing phenomenally, right? He knows how to
agree.
play his Khalid really, really well. If you notice, right, every single time the Ling was trying to do a 4-1 push, the Khalid was there to match up, right? He was there to prevent Yon from pushing it too deep, causing an uncontrollable spiral from happening.
Yeah.
So huge props to Ken. Huge props knowing that Khalid can actually maneuver around the map quickly.
Yeah, definitely, right? And this Raging Sandstorm as well, the impact is felt. Have you not seen Khalid sometimes just Raging Sandstorm to the deaths? This is not one of them.
No,
it's not. You know, the funny thing is, Raging Sandstorm is actually a harder ability to hit than the penalty zone.
It's true.
Oh, really?
Yes.
True.
The only
I
difference
don't play
is
EXP.
the only difference is Raging Sandstorm is a little bit higher in range. You can actually go a little bit further.
Quite a bit further, actually. Quite a bit further. But the thing is that with the penalty zone, you know, you at least have the knock up. So you have the knock up as well as the constant pull in from the penalty zone. But enough about ultimates. We're here to look at the game and break it down. Honestly, very, very surprised from Close's build. I expected to see an Immortality. I expected him to go full tank. But no, he went for the Starlium Scythe as well as the Feather of Heaven. And to me, they don't need more damage.
Yeah, they're actually lacking in peel. Because right now, Gear is constantly getting blown up. Closer, I think, needs to step up into a tank, right? And by the way, there's also Wishing Lanterns on both sides because, you know, we're going to late game. You need that damage, additional damage against tanks such as Ken, right, on this Khalid, right? And then after that, it's just the amount of damage that, you know, Yon can output, especially when he picks up a Heart's Claws. You can start to see he really scaled. Just take a look at how much Brother has been farming. 21k network.
21k is absolutely insane.
21,000.
That's crazy, man.
So how many hours of farm build did he play?
He has enough farm for 2 games.
He has enough farm to buy a HDB.
Yes. All right. Hey, guys, take a look at this, okay? So actually, RSG came out on top when it comes to gold. But that's the only thing that it came up on top, and 4 lords to the side of evil. This game went forever.
Yeah,
forever.
They definitely did. You can tell from Evil's map domination as well. Just take a look at the orange and also purple buff. Constantly has Evil definitely has more. But what I have to say is just RSG putting up a really great show, but Evil turned out to be the better person, a better team.
Ultimately, you're gonna have to say the last few battles again between RSG and Evil definitely made things a lot tougher for Yon to actually show up. Definitely, of course, because of the amount of purple buff that they are able to clinch for themselves. Once we are at the later stages of the game, don't expect that the Ling is able to defend that effectively because you can't just go 4 blades that easily. You don't have enough energy to do all that.
Yeah, especially when, you know, Ling is the kind of hero that's really special, right? Once you start losing a lot of ground, you lose access to your purple buff, then it gets even worse for you.
Exactly.
There's no subpar Lings. It's either you're really good at that or you're a walking Ling.
Yeah.
Yeah, and look, I think I want to start focusing or turning our attention over to what Evil has in store for them, right? And I think one of my biggest fears after taking a look at this match is how are they going to start closing games against NIP Flash? Because to me, it looked as if out of these 3 games Evil won, the first game was a complete stall. I don't need to talk about that.
Yeah.
Second, third game, they won, but barely. It felt like they didn't know how to close off a team fight and push in for the win. Right? I mean, we look at this, yeah, it game of 25 minutes, but Evil was in control of this game the entire time. So my question is, are they going to be able to, 1, have the energy to play through another best of 7, and 2, whether or not they're going to learn from their mistakes? Because yes, they won this game pretty decisively as well, but it was not clean.
Truth to be told, I totally agree with you. Sometimes when teams climb out from the lower brackets, there's two arguments, right? Number 1, first, it's either going to be, you know, what's that called? You ran out of energy, you ran out of stamina, right? Or you have the momentum. You've been winning. So you take that momentum, you bring it to the grand finals.
Yeah, but I think in this case, Evil just played 4 games in a row, and it was not easy for at least 2 of those 4 games. So, speaking, yes, they do have a little bit of a break, but I think speaking to the mental state, yes, they may have just come out champions, but this is an IP Flash. This is the Goliath of MPL SG. Plus, keep in mind, they played them yesterday, and they lost convincingly.
Man, I wish to see that they are able to put up a good fight, right? Like,
I
especially
think they
in
have
terms
learned
of
quite a bit
momentum.
now.
Sorry?
They should have learned quite a bit by now.
Yep.
After slogging it out through the lower brackets, I think that they managed to get some valuable experience fighting out against RSG. But I think they themselves even know that whatever strategy that they used against RSG might not, or if not, probably would not work against NIP Flash, and they have to come up with something completely different.
Yeah, and keep in mind as well, there's also a lot of common hero pools that these 2 teams share. You have the Cho with JPL/Powerful. You have the Harith that both gold laners can play, Vanix as well as Marky. And then you have the Assassins, you have the Fanny, you have the Haya, you have the Ling, that both junglers play.
Yep.
So I wonder how they're going to be drafting, actually. I'm very curious about that.
Definitely. But
Let's not
before
forget about Khalid.
Yeah, before we talk about, we start sneaking and teasing about Grand Finals, let me tease you with just a little bit of a mic check for this particular series.
I go Aurora. I got revitalize.
Give me minyak. Wala akong stun.
Hari.
Gato next. Nice one, guys.
Boy on a CC.
Nice. I know bang.
Just back.
Kill.
Nice one. Relax.
Nice.
We win. I can kill Ruben.
Nice one, guys. Nice one.
Sila. Nice pull.
Up in back.
Fight. Closer. GG. Go. Nice one. I can kill. Nice one. Target. Help me.
Okay.
Nice one.
Got it.
Nice. Very good, Ben. Nice one, boy.
Go.
Kill. No fury. Let's go.
I got S1 soon.
Very good. Discipline again.
Yeah, Maki.
No ulti. May buti lang. Wala
Yes, one fight.
Wait. I go back. Go. We can. Careful.
I'm okay.
Back.
Ling low.
Nice. We can. Go. Let's go.
Fire naughty. You okay, fire naughty.
Come here, Ken. You're alive,
Ken goes to?
Yeah, I'm going on the wall.
Protect
me, please. Got off us. Nice.
Keep going.
Paramis. Just follow. Go. Paramis. Just follow. Pass. I can mid. Just follow. I'm here in the back.
Gear. Outie.
Paramis. Nice.
Nice. No, prevent no one.
Forty. Poke the front so sick. Kick the edit. Edit. All of the day, edit. Got and oh my God!
Sorry guys, I forgot to tell you guys, volume warning.
It's true. I really like, though, how clear the communication was.
It is.
Right? They were like, okay, look, guys, we're going to get Gato, right? Then we're going to get so on. Then we're going to get so on. It was very, very clear.
You guys could hear?
Oh, you didn't?
All I hear was like, nice!
At least in the earlier part of the game, so you hear very, very clearly. Towards the later parts, it started becoming a lot of yeah. But I don't blame them. Can you?
Nope. I think their celebration and their excitement and their passion is definitely well rewarded. But of course, their journey did not end there and will not end there, because coming up next, they're facing another big mountain, and that is going to be NIP Flash. But first, we're going to throw it over to our analyst to kind of break down this particular game. And oh boy, Churros, what do you have for us?
Welcome back to the Off the Desk segment powered by Samsung Galaxy Tab S10. I'm Professor Churros. This was a banger of a series. Very shaky. Yes, I agree with Kwa. This was not a very, very smooth sailing for Evo. They have a lot of things that they have to fix and adapt before going up against NIP Flash once again for their revenge match in the grand finals. But first off, congratulations. First time Evo has ever made it since Season 3, and their dreams are still kept alive just for now. I just want to start off with saying, man, what a series, what a game. Magic of Teamfight of Evo has been shown through and through again throughout every single game that has come so far. But they do have certain pitfalls that I want to point out before going into how they adapted to that pitfalls. Let's first look at this particular sort of like play by Yawn. This was the part where Yawn actually stole that Lord from the hands of Evo, facing off a 1v5 and just dancing around the blades. Notice how Evo likes to punish aggression, be it whether it's powerful or be it whether it's gear. You're always looking to punish people who are coming a little bit too close. So once they took out gear, once they took out or once they were facing powerful, they created so much space for Marky. Notice how Marky was able to adapt to that situation. He sees where Yawn is. He doesn't have his immortality, but he buys it immediately just to prevent himself from getting taken down by Yawn, knowing that late game damage. So let's play this and see how things play through. For yet easy kills onto that. You don't have CS just because CS is on the offsite, doesn't have SOD, so Yawn is all alone. The issue is that Evo doesn't have any crowd control abilities to lock down this Ling. The fact of the matter is, no matter how many crowd controls you're able to dish onto Yawn, he was able to just pop the Tempest Ablaze just to get out of there. And it's just so hard to catch this kind of hero. So when you're facing off against Hades or an assassin in the later series of the game today, there's something that Evo definitely has to look out for, because this could have been potentially a game-ending lore if Evo stole it away from Yawn. So slowing it down, Yawn deals so much damage, even popped Marky's immortality in the process, and he takes a long way around. I'm going to fast forward to the last team fight of the entirety of that series. This was the fight where Gear came a little bit too close. Notice at this point already, Gear had 10 deaths, Powerful had 8, and this is something that Evo should try to prevent going up against the likes of NIP Flash, just because they will punish you for being a little bit too over-aggressive, and they were able to take the offside. So once they take out Gear, the rest of them just pummels through and just comes in as 4 players. I'm going to let this play out normally just because it has been a very, very long, exciting series for Evo. That's pretty much it from me for this point. I just want to hear from the players themselves and what they're doing to prepare themselves against the revenge match with NIP Flash. Another BO7. That's potentially a 7-match series after this one. Let's go over to Cheryl to see what they have to say from the players themselves.
Thanks, Prof. That was an intense back and forth. But guys, now Evil is in top 2! Wow, absolutely amazing. Now, their top record was top 3. But now you guys are closer than ever before. You guys are literally looking at the potential trophy. How are you guys feeling from this win?
We definitely feel good, but we are going to try to get the champion, not second.
Yes, mentality of a champion right here. You're aiming for that championship. Of course, it's very near already. One more game, one more series. Okay, so actually, before coming into this match, right, I actually interviewed Yang In yesterday. And then Yang In, he actually said that he thought you guys were a slightly easier opponent compared to Rift because they took 1 game off you in the regular season. Is there anything you want to say about that?
I think for regular season, it's just they being complacent and maybe they were just testing around.
Which is the day?
The regular season that day.
That RSG took 1 game off you guys.
Yeah, just they being complacent a bit, but then now they are more prepared, mentally prepared, and then they have the champion mentality. So we are prepared for everything.
Ah, so you guys are a different mode compared to regular season, even though you guys did well, like now this really crunch time. Okay, so the next opponent, the only one standing in your way, it is the defending champions of NIP Flash. Now, you guys got a trial run. You guys got the tasting sample platter already previously, but it was a 3-0. So how? You know, what are you guys gonna do? What are you gonna do differently to take on this match and hopefully not be such a one-sided sweep from NIP Flash?
From what I think is yesterday. Today will be different. Then whatever we have later, we will see.
Right, so yesterday still got give a little bit of chance to test, or do you think yesterday was like your best already?
Yesterday the mindset more likely is like, because we are still at upper bracket. So if we lose, we still got lower bracket. So, but then now there's only one life, so there will be like a stronger evil coming up.
Wow, okay, so if there's one thing that you can say to Team Flash as coach before going to the game, what is it you would like to say to your opponent of the defending champions NIP Flash?
Be prepared, the champion will change.
Wow! Like such a strong sentence, but he's so cute when he's saying it. Okay, then one more question, and these are to the unwavering supporters who are cheering you guys on week after week to finally see you guys here at the stage. What do you have to say to the loyal, unwavering supporters of EVIL?
Thank you for coming, and you will get what you want. EVIL are going to get champion.
Yes, indeed, the drums of liberation is here. So thank you so much, Karen, for this interview. So exciting indeed. Now this is the wind of change that we might possibly get. Will it be a full contest of a best of 7 that we might be seeing in the grand finals? We don't know, but we're so very excited to see a brand new team contest for the crown. And now we have EVIL going up against defending champions of NIP Flash, and it's gonna happen real soon. So don't go away. If you guys would love to, head on down, feel the beat of the drums here in your body at Scape. And all you guys gotta do is head on down and join us at the Ground Theatre Level 2. There's tons of activities that you guys can indulge in, such as the Doodle Wall, where you can make your mark, meet and greet your favorite players after every series. And of course, you guys can win diamonds, up to 500 diamonds when it comes to our vendor, JD Sports. And if you bring a friend, you guys can win a tournament chest with up to 899 diamonds and more. So come on down, you will definitely be rewarded in terms of experience and even diamonds. So we can't wait to see you for grand finals, so don't go away.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna
What does the audience want to see? What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors? M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
Winning the game, getting the checkmates, setting everything up. The curse breakers, the two-time world champions.
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's got to be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's going to be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
Join the fight
to
the top.
To the top.
Dare to be great.
Dare to be great. Be better than great.
And now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius. I'm a genius. You're a genius.
Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking?
I don't know, but more regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true. I'm too dumb. Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We added, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card.
2 slots?
And then 8 in the wild card.
2 slots for wild
so
card.
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want smart stuff?
Non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
Non-PH,
Oh, non-PH.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals?
North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We got to talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we got to talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in.
So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED, just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story, because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming M6. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our lives?
I think if we're gonna cover story, what about something documentary style? You know, like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting, very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's
forwards.
kinda cool.
Yeah, and then
The BMI, because he can go back and
yeah,
that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter?
Yeah.
What? You know what? Every year we seem to always the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm gonna be like, that's a dope song.
So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna use a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single limbs, we've done that before. We've done double limbs, you know.
We've done group stages with no...
We also done no eliminations at the group stage.
We've done no eliminations, yeah.
Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like the cheese?
What's Swiss format?
What is that? What is that?
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is.
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 beats 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw
We know.
anymore.
So
now it's Gideon's turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
we've had enough.
We've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have to suffer the wrath.
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are going to face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents? They should be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mara, what do you think about that?
Players?
I think the players, that's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
We've had enough.
They changed their minds right now.
Just with you giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you out.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you're gonna also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even group stage, you know who you facing on.
Yeah.
You have 3 teams as an enemy. But in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for
they think?
Yeah, for Swiss format, yeah. No, okay, so we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format.
Okay.
We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steph, Lizzie, like, what do you guys think is going to be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're going to play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one, you're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like, you know?
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be even competition, so you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent. You can pre-prepare for it and honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket. But you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
Okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is way different.
What is the way you're thinking?
With 2 games, so that after this you're fighting all the easy teams.
Maybe.
Right. Think about it. The people that lose to I mean,
it's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
Now that won't happen though. Like imagine if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
No, Mike.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?